Good evening. It's 5 p.m. and I call this meeting to order. Have any blue cards been received for closed session items?
We do not have any blue cards.
Thank you. The board will now recess to closed session. It is 6 PM and the board is reconvening from closed session. During closed session, the board took action on the following: on a motion by trustee Williamson, seconded by Ward, on a vote of 5-0, the board approved Walter Konesko as principal of Poinsettia Elementary School effective July 1, 2024. Welcome, members of the public, board members, and staff. Thank you for attending. As noted in Board Bylaw 9324, this meeting is being video recorded and broadcast via a link on our website. The recording and broadcast may capture images and sounds of those attending the meeting. I'd like to remind audience members and speakers that it is not unusual for students and young children to be in attendance at our meetings or to watch the recorded broadcast. I invite you to model civility and decorum as we go about the business of the board this evening. While I cannot prohibit anyone from using unprofessional language, please think about the students and adults who are watching the proceedings. We invite you to show support for a speaker by waving your fingers rather than clapping or cheering. We'll begin tonight's meeting with Trustee Williamson leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Trustee Ward will lead us in a moment of meditation. Trustee Pearson will read from our meeting norms, and Student Board Representative Carly Ray Jones will read from the district vision, and Ms. Garcia will take the roll.
Start? Okay. So in honor of National Deaf History Month, which is celebrated from March 13th and just ended on April 15th, to commemorate the achievements of people who are deaf and hard of hearing, I want to just share a little story from this book, A Gift of Story. Empathy helps us understand and appreciate our human differences. The ability to show compassion is evidence, wait, I need my glasses, that we can be tolerant and accepting of these differences. Story has a power to challenge and alter our own perspectives, similar to the way an author challenges the feelings and viewpoints of a character. For example, in El Defo, in C.C. Bell's 2014, character, a typical kid who happens to wear a hearing aid. A graphic novel brings to light issues C.C. Bell has experienced firsthand as a person living with a hearing impairment that other children might not experience the same way. Readers who identify with a character like C.C. might find their own feelings validated. They might find it safer to talk about the character's situation than their own, thus making the discussion less threatening, yet still personally meaningful. They might find this story is exactly what they need to practice self-compassion, while their peers gain a better understanding of compassion toward others. Books share imagination and creativity of our world, but they also build understanding and build compassion.
Carlsbad Unified School District Board of Trustees meeting norms. Everyone participates. Seek first to understand, then be understood. Stay on topic, listen before responding, keep discussion moving forward, remain objective, adhere to time, one conversation, conduct ourselves with gracious professionalism.
Our graduates are prepared for success. They confidently move to life beyond high school, knowing they have acquired the requisite skills and knowledge. They have a passion for learning and personal growth. They can thrive in a high-tech environment. They are compassionate.
We will now take roll. Student Board Representative Jones.
Here.
Trustee Pearson.
Here.
Trustee Williamson.
Here.
Trustee Ward.
Here.
Trustee Verbev.
Here.
Trustee Rawlings.
Here. And thank you. We will now move on to Part 4, approval of the agenda. Trustees, are there any questions on the agenda? Okay, may I have a motion to approve agenda item 4.1, approval and reorganization of the April 17th meeting agenda?
Motion.
Second, Williamson.
Motion by trustee Ward, second by Williamson. Any discussion? May I please call for a vote?
Trustee Pearson?
Yes.
Trustee Williamson?
Yes.
Trustee Ward?
Yes.
Trustee Verbev?
Yes.
Trustee Rawlings?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. We now move on to Part 5, Communications. Part 1, 5.1, Report by Student Representative to the Board. I welcome Carlsbad High School Carly Ray Jones, who will provide the board with a student report.
We have been busy as we begin to conclude the end of our 2024 school year. Right before spring break, we had our Unified Basketball Senior Night, which is a basketball league getting to involve both our amazing staff and our special needs students on campus. That same week, our Best Buddies hosted a campaign in the quad, getting our campus to sign a pledge towards banning derogatory language. Our spring sports have been busy, and this week our girls lacrosse and track team will be having their senior nights. And tonight, our CHS Orchestra is also holding a concert in the Lancer Arena. Just earlier this week, CHS hosted a fundraiser at Beach City Smoothies, and with April being Stress Awareness Month, we have several events planned, such as therapy dogs and our very own Lancer dancers organized kindness grams, which will be passed out during lunch as we prepare for finals and AP exams. Next week, we'll be opening signups for our Lancer Market, an event which gives students an opportunity to promote their passions and businesses. That same week, our counselors will also be hosting a new student orientation as we prepare for next school year. And with prom just a few weeks away on May 11th, our ASB has been working hard preparing for that as well. Seaside Academy will also be hosting their new student orientation next week on April 25th and continuing to focus on mental health to honor Stress Awareness Month by offering tips and aid for their students. Sage Creek ASB attended the California Association of Student Leaders Conference over the weekend. Their program was awarded the Outstanding Leadership Program Award, which is given to schools whose student leadership programs create an environment for their students to grow and continue becoming amazing leaders. Their VAPA department hosted an art festival last Friday, which showcased all areas of the department, as well as their new mural in the academic mall. Their spring sports also continue, and they are beginning to celebrate their senior nights. The Sage Creek Genius Project is next Thursday, which gives juniors an opportunity to receive feedback on their project ideas from fellow students, teachers, and community members. Seniors also have the opportunity to be considered for the Genius Project as well, which will be held on May 31st. Tonight, Sage Creek Orchestra will be playing in the CUSD All-District Concert hosted at Carlsbad High School.
Thank you. We now move to item 5.2, Superintendent's Report. Dr. Churchill.
Thank you. A couple of quick items here. First of all, we're thankful for the Carlsbad Chamber of Commerce for recognizing our district's amazing teachers and administrators at their recent CBAT Awards. Congratulations are in order for the 2024 CBAT Award winners, which include Elementary School Teacher of the Year, Joellen Restivo from Buena Vista Elementary School, the High School Teacher of the Year, Andy Tanner from Carlsbad High School, and the School Administrator of the Year, Jorge Espinoza, Carlsbad Seaside Academy and Carlsbad Village Academy. Congratulations also to the administrator finalists, who include Aaron Nelson at Magnolia Elementary and Nicole Johnson at Aviara Oaks Middle School, and teacher finalists, Lindsay Stowe at Calavera Hills Elementary and Val Park from Sage Creek. Carlsbad Unified School District was also recognized by the Chamber of Commerce as a 40-year member, and we are very proud of our continued partnership with the Chamber. Finally, thank you to our student board representative for a year of service here with the board. We appreciate you. Best of luck to you next year, and please stay in touch. Thank you.
Thank you. We now move on to item 5.3, public comment on non-agenda items. This is the time that members of the public have the opportunity to address the board on any non-agenda items that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. How many blue cards do we have we received for this non-agenda item?
We have 10 blue cards.
10 blue cards. I would like to make a request from my fellow board members that we allow 30 total minutes, which would give each speaker 30 minutes, or would give each speaker 3 minutes, since we have so many students here. So I'd like a show of thumbs. Thank you. So in order to allow speakers to present their comments and ensure we are able to properly attend to the business of the board, per Board Bylaw 9323, public comments will be limited to 30 minutes, as directed by the board. This means each speaker will have 3 minutes. When I call your name, please come to the podium, state your name, and indicate whether or not you live within the boundaries of the school district. The first speaker is Ethan Boyle.
Hello. Hello, my name is Ethan Boyle, and I am an 8th grader at Calavera Hills Middle School. I am in the CUSD district. A problem that I have had over my middle school years is the privacy in the bathrooms. I rarely see my peers use the urinals because they are not comfortable with using the bathroom with little to no privacy. Also, since there are only 3 stalls available in the restroom and the fact that few are comfortable with using the urinals, at times, there's a line of people trying to use the restroom. My proposal to fix or solve this problem is to install urinal dividers in the boys' bathroom to allow other students to not only feel comfortable while using the restroom, but limit the duration of the students using the restroom to ensure they get back to class in a reasonable amount of time. From a student's perspective, I believe that this will provide the students with the privacy necessary to feel safe and comfortable while using the restroom. Thank you for your consideration and my opportunity to share my ideas.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sean McGoldrick.
Do I just go? All right. Hello, my name is Sean McGoldrick. I'm an 8th grader at Calavera Hills Middle School. Today I stand before the school board to address a matter of significant importance regarding the restroom facilities at our school. I'm advocating for the allocation of funds to install urinal dividers in the restroom at CHMS. Supported by a school-wide petition containing over 200 student signatures, this request seeks to address the challenges students face daily when using the restroom. The lack of urinal dividers fosters an environment of vulnerability and anxiety among students when utilizing the restroom facilities. Some individuals have experienced instances of harassment and bullying in this setting, creating feelings of harm and insecurity while going to the bathroom, unnecessary human activity. The current restroom setup prompts many students to opt for using stalls instead of urinals, leading to congestion and inefficiency during peak times. This not only disrupts the flow of the restroom uses, but also poses sanitation concerns due to the increased contact with surfaces. By installing urinal dividers, we can address these issues effectively. Dividers would provide privacy and promote a sense of safety and optimize restroom functionality. This would facilitate a positive and more hygienic experience for all students. I urge the school board to consider this proposal seriously and allocate the necessary funds to implement this essential improvement. By prioritizing the safety and well-being of students, we can create a more inclusive and supportive environment at CHMS. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker is Connor Ahern.
Hello. My name is Connor Ahern, and I am at Calavera Hills Middle School, and I'm requesting the district to add urinal dividers between the urinals. This is a topic that many people in my school agree upon. The lack of dividers is a problem because kids choose to use stalls instead of urinals when they only need to pee. Many boys' aim is poor, and and when they miss the bowl, the next person using the toilet often has to clean it up. Also, privacy is an issue for the boys who do use the urinals. If another person enters the bathroom while using the urinal, boys will turn their body away for privacy, and they might miss the urinal and pee on the floor or wall when turning. This is a whole nother problem because the kids have to deal with a sticky floor, and the janitor has to take more time out of their day to clean it up. I personally have experienced the wait to use the toilet during lunch. When I have to use the bathroom, The privacy issue is also important to me, and I have felt uncomfortable when using the urinals. There are websites selling 10 urinal dividers that cost a total of around $3,000, which is about how many urinal dividers Calavera Hills Middle School needs for their main bathroom. This may seem like a lot of money, but at just this school, we have at least 300 male students, and this means that the district would only have to invest $10 or less per male student as a one-time expense to create a permanent solution to this problem. thank you for taking my time to, no, I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you. Lucas Nowak?
Hello. My name is Lucas Nowak, and I go to Calavera Hills Middle School, and I'm here today to talk about a problem that concerns me and many of my classmates at school. The bathrooms. There are no urinal dividers. If we had urinal dividers, it would give us much more privacy and easier and faster way to use the bathroom. It would also get us back to class quicker. Since there aren't any urinal dividers, it makes it very uncomfortable to use them. Some people are brave enough, but when I walk into the bathroom, I can see that they're constantly looking over their shoulder, making sure that nobody is looking. So much so, I would rather wait for a stall to open up than use the urinals. In my experience, 3 out of the 6 stalls are closed off and unavailable to use. I believe that at least we should get urinal dividers rather than having to wait for a stall to open up. If we had urinal dividers at school, I feel like the boys of Calavera Hills Middle School would feel safer going to the bathroom and doing their business. I hope you consider my goal to get the urinal dividers in the boys' bathrooms, and thank you for having me here.
Thank you. Next speaker is Slater Frazee.
Hello, my name is Slater Frazee. I'm an 8th grader at Calavera Hills Middle School, and thank you for allowing me to speak about installing urinal dividers in the boys' restroom. I believe adding dividers between the urinals in the boys' restroom at our school is important because it gives students privacy and makes them feel more comfortable. Dividers help students feel less awkward, especially during busy times when the restroom is full. Currently, many students choose to use the stalls instead of urinals because of the lack of dividers, which can lead to longer wait times and inconvenience. Knowing that there's a physical barrier between them and others allows students to use the facilities more confidently and more easily and confidently, encouraging more efficient use of bathroom space. Additionally, dividers create a cleaner and more respectful environment for everyone. It is a simple way to improve the bathroom for male students and their overall school experience. Once again, thank you for providing us with the opportunity to address this matter.
Thank you. And I think I have it right, Saul Ruiz?
That's my English pronunciation.
Thank you.
All right. Good evening. My name is Saul Ruiz, and I am from Calavera Hills Middle School. A lot of people complain that there are no bathroom dividers for the urinals in the boys' bathroom. This causes people to feel like they have less privacy in the boys' bathroom. Adding dividers will make people feel more comfortable to be in there. Urinal dividers don't just help with privacy, though. Studies have shown that they also help with cleanliness by limiting germs spreading. It also helps with odors in the boys' bathroom. Many of the kids rely on using the toilets instead of the urinals, which also spreads odors. From my experience, when I go into the boys' bathroom, it usually smells like pee, and the ground is usually also covered with pee. Thank you. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope that you add urinal dividers into the boys' bathroom.
Thank you. Next speaker is Laura Pitts.
Good evening. I'm Laura Pitts. I'm the CEO at Carlsbad Educational Foundation, and I have 2 students at Calavera Elementary School. And I wanted to thank you for increasing the time so we could hear everybody and hear the students. It's nice to have all of them here today. So the updates I have, first of all, I have provided Ms. Garcia with a copy of our annual report to give to you all at the end of this meeting. I'm happy to share a copy and highlight a couple of things, including Science Olympiad, our senior scholarship program, as well as a really wonderful story that celebrates K-12 science. So I hope you'll take a second to read that. Additionally, it also talks about our gala, and of course, we are a month out, so I have to share, there is still time to get tickets. We're getting close to selling out. It is, again, for our audience and for you, it is the largest district-wide fundraiser, and we're very excited to celebrate with Yachtly Crew, and all of the proceeds will go to fund some of the amazing programs that we were able to do this year and moving into next year. And speaking of next year, we are heading into our grant cycle with the district. And the way the process works that we started last year is that it is a very collaborative process with the district. We will accept grant requests that are coming district-wide from the Director of Secondary and Director of Elementary Education. And then we sit in a room with them once they're all compiled with board members as well as, again, district staff to determine which grants are the most impactful and making sure that they're really hearing the voices of the teachers and the faculty and the staff and the administrators that are really funding programs that are going to be most impactful for students. So we expect to have decisions made about the next year's grants in May and for the majority of our programs, and those will be communicated to the district before we leave for summer break. And additionally, we have started our senior scholarship interview process. And so I have actually had a chance to read through all of the applicants. We had 40 applicants. We are expecting to award 15 students for a total of $61,000, and they will range from $2,500 to $10,000 awards. The applicants are so impressive, and we will start our interview process next week. And finally, just a reminder that our summer programs registration is open. We are going to be at Jefferson Elementary for the majority of our programs, which is our half-day enrichment and full-day summer adventure programs. We are also running our summer academy program out of Carlsbad High, and we are offering a hybrid PE as well as online-only PE for people who needed a more flexible option. And then lastly, we have options in the south for Camp Galileo over at Poinsettia Elementary. So have a great night. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker is Vanessa Forsythe.
Good evening. My name is Vanessa Forsythe. I reside in Carlsbad, but am not in this district. And I'm speaking today regarding the resolution that would be the school board signing on to being all electric or moving towards that. So I am part of the San Diego Building Electrification Coalition, and I am hoping that Carlsbad Unified will join with other school districts, including San Diego Unified and Sweetwater, and we're hoping soon also Vista Unified. And the thing that I think it is all about the students as we are dealing with climate change, as you have seen heat and vectors and so many things that are impacting their quality of life. The school is the community where we all come together, and so important to be an example in terms of moving towards electrification. So the things that are usually entailed in a resolution is to build all electric new construction and whole site modernization projects, to prioritize replacement of fossil fuel appliances with electric appliances and perform inventory and energy audits of all facilities, transition to 100% clean energy via on-site solar and or Clean Energy Alliance's 100% renewable program, which I think is available here. Also fully electrify the district school buses and school vehicle fleets, and I think that you've been moving somewhat in that direction, which is great. And also, most importantly, I believe, or one of the most important, is develop a green jobs curriculum for students. And I think that is important to recognize as happening even in the elementary schools. And middle schoolers really get it. I'm a retired school nurse, and over the 20 years that I worked, I saw more and more cases of asthma, which I directly related to poor air quality. So again, please vote to support this, and if you have questions or support you needed, please contact us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Linda Daniels.
So I hope you aren't getting tired of seeing me every month, but I'm here, and I'm a part of the San Diego Building Electrification Coalition as well. And it's been 1 year, exactly this month right now, that San Diego Unified School District passed their resolution, which is quite intense because they have so many schools, okay? One of the things that what I care about is saving the planet, and that's why I'm doing this. Climate change threatens the future of our planet, and it's affecting ourselves and our young people's mental health. All the heat waves, extreme weather, and natural disasters are making people worry big time about our future. According to a report by the American Psychiatric Association and Eco America, it's even causing PTSD in some cases for the students. The thing is, we have every reason to be worried. Our planet is dying, and we can see the effects of climate change all around us already. If we stay on the path we're on right now, things are going to get a lot worse. This week in the LA Times, there's a quote that says, California is poised to fail to meet its ambitious greenhouse gas reduction goals by the end of the decade unless it can triple its efforts to reduce carbon emissions standards statewide. One way that we can help by reducing our greenhouse gases, and there's over 30% of them come from buildings, is encouraging electrification of all buildings, and that should be our goal and our priority. There is nothing natural about natural gas. It's methane and nitrous oxide. Why else do you see your gardeners wearing masks all the time when they've got their blowers out, okay? Encouraging building electrification will help our residents be safe and will cut our greenhouse gases. Increasing energy efficiency is our goal, and we ask that you opt up to all green energy through the CEA. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And next speaker is Katrina Wadlick.
Hello, Katrina Wadlick, CUSD teacher, parent, and resident. As a GSA advisor, I have had the pleasure of supporting our GSA president in creating an inclusive and welcoming space for LGBTQIA students and allies. I've seen them advocate for others, grow in confidence, and thrive as a GSA leader. This student has dedicated their hours and risked their mental health and well-being to live freely at school, unfortunately not free from harassment. In June, this student will be graduating, and I can think of no greater gift than having the GSA president see the pride flag flying over their campus. I'm here to formally request on behalf of GSA leadership that the board demonstrate their support for LGBTQIA+ students, families, teachers, and staff with a formal proclamation from the district, as well as flying the pride flag during the month of June. There is currently no district or board policy preventing you from flying the pride flag. There is no law preventing you from flying the pride flag. On May 25th of 2023, the board discussed a potential flag policy and possibly flying the pride flag. The meeting ended, and I found in the minutes available online this statement. Seeing as how we'll agendize a discussion at a future meeting in the summer about the potential creation of a policy and process to address requests for displaying flags, I'd like to make a motion to delay any decision about flying flags until after we have that discussion. To date, there has been no such agenda item or discussion per my review of past agendas and minutes, but please correct me if I'm wrong. The pride flag does not harm or discriminate against others. I know this because I hang one in my classroom. My identity as a cisgender married mother of two is not threatened or changed by the flag. Students still have been able to read, write, socialize, and grow with the flag present. The pride flag signals to others acceptance and celebration of all, especially those targeted by hateful rhetoric and harassment. My own daughter points out every time she sees a rainbow flag as a symbol of celebration and inclusivity. So please take the time to agendize, discuss, and vote yes on a Pride Month proclamation and flying of the pride flag in honor of our GSA president and the many students, families, teachers, and staff who are part of the LGBTQIA community. I also encourage the district to celebrate and support proclamations that celebrate the diversity of our district, such as Black, Indigenous, or Hispanic History Month. It is through the celebration and recognition of our diverse community that we can grow with empathy. Thank you.
Thank you. And Dr. Churchill, could you follow up with the students that were talking about the dividers?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay, and we'll move on to Part 6. All matters listed on the consent calendar are considered by the board to be routine and will be enacted by the board in one motion. There will be no discussion on these items prior to the time the board votes on the motion unless there is a board request for one or more specific items to be removed from the consent calendar for discussion. Have we received any blue cards?
We do not have any blue cards.
With no blue cards, trustees, are there any items to be pulled for discussion? There's no items to be pulled. May I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved, Williamson.
Pearson, second.
Williamson for the motion and second Pearson. And Ms. Garcia, please call for the vote.
Trustee Pearson?
Yes.
Trustee Williamson?
Yes.
Trustee Ward?
Yes.
Trustee Verbath?
Yes.
Trustee Rawlings?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. We now move on to Part 7, discussion action items. Item 7.1, CUSD CUDA tentative agreement and AB 1200-2756 financial disclosure. Trustees, this is a discussion action item. I will now hand it over to Ms. Megan Arias.
Thank you. The Carlsbad Unified School District and Carlsbad Unified Teachers Association bargaining teams reached a tentative agreement, which was signed by both parties on March 26 and was ratified by CUDA members on April 10th. In the agreement, all unit members would be provided a 3% on-salary increase retroactive to January 1st, 2024 for employees who are employed on the first day of the month following ratification, and a 1.5% on-schedule salary increase effective July 1st, 2024. Any adjustments to non-salary compensation would be effective July 1st, 2024. It is respectfully recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the CUSD CUDA tentative agreement dated March 26, 2024, Exhibit A, and the accompanying AB 1200-2756 financial disclosure Exhibit B, which certifies that the district can meet its financial obligations under the proposed agreement in the current year as well as 2 years out. Thank you.
This is the time for public comment. Have any blue cards been received?
We have a total of 4 blue cards.
Thank you. When I call your name, please come to the podium, state your name, and indicate whether or not you live within the boundaries of the school district. You will have 3 minutes. The first speaker is Jen Belknap.
Jen Belknap. I live in the district and have a child in the district. I'm fully in favor of raises for our teachers. Inflation is real. Anyone who's spending money on food, gas, school supplies, etc., knows that the dollar is not covering as much as it used to. Teachers do important work in our community, so giving them a raise is a great way to show our support as a district. I'm concerned that our budget projects losing teaching positions. I would like to keep the teachers we have. The Kelvin survey showed massive support across all groups for smaller class sizes, and the best way to accomplish that goal is to keep our teachers. So I think we can do both, give our teachers raises while keeping the number of teaching positions that we have, and I'd like to see this board work to accomplish that goal. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker is Scott Davison.
Tonight, you're being asked to approve an $8.4 million raise for our teachers, bringing their average compensation to $127,000. This is good money. According to Transparent California, they're making $22,000 per year more than if they had an equivalent job in the private sector. When we gave them a raise last summer, they announced themselves that they were now the highest paid unified staff in North County. No doubt this will further guarantee that our Carlsbad teachers are the highest paid around. But the problem is the disclosure with this agreement suggests that we're also cutting around 40 teachers at the same time, a $5.2 million reduction in certificated salaries. Now, Superintendent Churchill tried to play some semantics with concerned parents today who wrote in about this. He claimed that these teaching positions are not continuing because the funding for them is expiring. He can use whatever term he wants, but the bottom line is the same. We're losing approximately 40 teachers next year because we no longer have the money. Do you see the contradiction here? How can we afford an $8.4 million raise if we don't have the money to keep $5.2 million in teachers? If you want to keep these teachers, you just keep paying them with different funding. If you came up with $8.4 million for the raises, how hard is it to come up with $5.2 million to keep these 40 teachers? Dr. Churchill says that these teachers who are being cut, not continuing, is not related to the raises in any way. Great. then you will have no trouble at all approving tonight's raise and continuing the 40 teachers that you weren't continuing before. As someone famous once said, let them eat cake. Dr. Churchill told another white lie in his response to the parents. He said, quote, those temporary positions will not be continuing as planned at the beginning of the budget year, unquote. That's odd. I wasn't aware that this board had approved the 2024-25 budget already and had already decided to not continue these teachers for next year. The real bottom line is that our kids will lose out when we lose these 40-something teachers who have been providing tutoring, academic interventions, lower class sizes, and etc. And they are cut, terminated, dismissed, expired, laid off, slashed, finished, discontinued, or not continued. Dr. Churchill's disingenuous semantics are insulting to our students, parents, and the not continuing teachers. I'm glad that you're willing to pay our teachers. They work hard and they put up with a lot. But our kids are still far behind where they should be, and giving the teachers an $8.4 million raise while not continuing dozens of them is clearly not in the best interests of our students. And that is what you are sworn to do, right?
Next speaker is Allison Emery.
Right, good evening. Sorry, I'm much shorter. All right, Allison Emery. I am a parent and a community member as well. I would like to speak in support of the tentative agreement between CUSD and CUDA. Looking at other comparable districts, this helps bring Carlsbad closer in line with other high-performing local districts in our area. It is also wise to consider our LCFF funding this year and anticipate the change to basic aid in the next few foreseeable years. This percentage over time looks like a strong percentage, but I'd also like to note that with past year's COLA reaching an 8.22% and the projected next year's being just shy of 1, this scaled increase, the two-year total of 5.98, is asking teachers to hold the burden of inflation increases until the third year of this agreement. There's been a lot of conversation in the community around teacher pay and class size, as indicated on the thought exchange. And as you look to improve the tentative agreement between CUSD and CUDA, it gives us a lens into the state of education as a whole. The thought exchange had a lot of people commenting on the need for lower class sizes. And as an educator and a parent, I can't agree more. However, you can't have lower class sizes without hiring more teachers, which opens more sections and therefore classrooms. A June 2023 EdSource article notes that although California teacher training programs have been on a steady increase for 7 years, we are currently in a decline, and we feel that. Fewer teachers, unfortunately, means higher class size, and that's not a Carlsbad problem, it's also a national issue. So how do we solve it? Well, we don't want to go the route that other districts across the nation have done and lower our standards. I'll leave you to figure out why. And we also have to work with what we can control. So we can offer our teachers a living wage. Teachers who can't make ends meet go to other districts, retire, and even resign from teaching completely. And this only makes classes increase. This policy put place in the TA nods to this issue with adjustments and clarification in language and the reduction of the cap under class size mitigation. We are providing a short-term solution. This provides flexibility for the district by also acknowledging that these teachers are doing more work. And this approach does not even consider the use of funds in the reserve, which is another option that cannot be addressed through this contract. Furthermore, looking over the report for the declaration of need for fully qualified educators, we're still in need of a number of teachers for this year outside of those one-time funds, which are, of course, always terminated at the end of each year while not in permanent status. Updates need to include both fully credentialed and emergency credentialed teachers, and one thing I know is teachers talk. And when they hear of great things happening here, they want to be part of it. So in conclusion, pay your teachers, you keep your teachers, you attract more teachers, and then we can lower class size. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Shauna Hurst.
Good evening, Shauna Hurst. I do live in the district, and I did prioritize going to the CHE Chick-fil-A dine out versus getting here on time. So I do want to just I think Jen and Allison have kind of hit the points that I have too, is that one of the things that we know, it comes up in the LCAP, it comes out when I sit on panels to hire principals, is that we have a very desirable district and people want to work here. And having strong salaries helps do that. And also because we're a very fiscally sound run district. And those two are very hard to manage, especially in the current economic system in our society. I'm a small business owner. We've had to give raises too, just to retain our talent. Sometimes those increases are merited and sometimes they're not. But we need to retain our talent and run our business. So I don't envy the board in the decisions tonight. I love our teachers. I work countless hours every week in support of them. So we do live in a very inflationary place. We live in a very expensive place to live, that we need good salaries to maintain our teachers and keep them here. But as mentioned many, many times in the LCAP, we want small class sizes. And those two kind of just, they hit each other in the budget, making your expenses and your incomes come together. And I also noticed in the LCAP discussion, we have consideration for all-day kinder, secondary support, which an intervention, which, you know, I want to be like my son and say I want all of the above. But we just don't live in that budgetary climate. So I just want to acknowledge kind of that the board has hard decisions to make with the budget. We can't have it all as parents, as much as I would like to advocate for that. And I just kind of wanted to acknowledge how these things interconnect. Someone who goes to so many meetings, I'm always the one that kind of point out, here's what the high level is. Here's what the high level is. Giving our teachers raises, I think, is a great thing, but it might impact our ability to do other things. And that's just the truth of the current budget climate. So don't envy you. Thank you for your time. And, you know, and I'm excited for Mr. K to go to Poinsettia.
Thank you. Trustees, do you have any questions for staff? Trustee Verbath.
Okay, so I did a deep dive into AB 1200, the form that was shared with the public as well. According to the disclosure, certificated salaries is going down significantly, even as we're adding $3 million with this raise. Does this mean we're losing, as has been mentioned, or cutting teachers? Could you clarify that, and how many teachers is that? Eric and I kind of talked about this a little earlier, so.
Yeah, there are a number of factors that go into the multi-year projection for salaries. One thing that I mentioned earlier is we always have a natural reduction from current to the budget year because we pull out salaries tied to donations. So you'll always see a drop there. As mentioned earlier, we have hired a number of staff since 2020 using one-time state and federal dollars, and I have lost track of how many different sources we've used. It's probably about 5 or 6 different sources that it has been a year-to-year decision every year, and we've gone into each school year with the expectation that with expiration of one-time dollars, that the contracts that were tied to that would also non-renew. So that's also built into the budget decision. It's temporary teachers that have been funded through the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant and also the Arts, Music, Instructional Materials Block Grant from the one-time intervention teachers that were hired for this year. So all in, that is about 37 FTE across the district in a number of different functions tied to learning recovery and the intervention.
I have a follow-up on that if you don't. I just wanted to clarify, though, that those positions, when the individuals were hired, they were on temporary contracts, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. Other questions? Trustee Verbath?
Okay. One of my concerns is we have a practice. It's not a policy, but it's a practice of providing Me Too raises to LIUNA and other administrators. Do we normally reflect that in the disclosure or the budget?
We only put in the disclosure what we know, and at this point, we have reached one tentative agreement, and that is with CUDA. We would hold off on putting in any additional dollars until we have certainty on that. While it's been a practice to be one team, the board may recall that last year, the deals were structured differently. I mean, it was all, and so it's hard to say with any certainty that there would be an identical deal that we would put into a budget, knowing that it could be spent in different ways. It has always been my practice not to put in the cost of something that hasn't happened yet, or we're not close enough to where we would actually know what the future costs would be.
Other questions?
I have one more.
Trustee Verbeff?
Okay. Is there a reason we're being asked to approve this agreement now when we haven't determined our staffing levels or other budget priorities in the LCAP?
Well, this is based off of the current year, and so the bargaining has been for the 23-24 school year. Some districts, they knock it out early. In this district, we tend to bargain late, and we've reached this agreement in April and have locked in for next year. And so in many respects, the decisions you are making for next school year will be with a known cost for teacher salaries.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Eric. Mr. Dill, sorry.
No other questions. May I have a motion to approve the CUSD CUDA tentative agreement dated March 26, 2024, Exhibit A, and the accompanying AB 1200-2756 Financial Disclosure Exhibit B.
So moved, Williamson.
Second.
Williamson first, second is Ward. Any discussion? Trustee Verbeff.
Not on the mic. It's not because I'm opposed in general, and as our speakers have said, I also support our amazing teachers. I've worked with many of them over the years that I've been a parent and had the opportunity to be in the classroom and on many campuses, and I truly appreciate them, and I too feel the impacts of inflation, and I understand what it means to have to live here and provide for our families here in Carlsbad. At the same time, I'm concerned that it's premature for us to approve this agreement until we know what our priorities and staffing levels are for the next year, which won't happen until June. If we decide to maintain or increase the number of teachers instead of cutting them, this will significantly change our budget outlook at the disclosure, and I want to make sure we have sufficient funds for our academic priorities before determining if we have enough for the salary increase. So I will be voting no tonight, but it does not mean that I'll be voting no in the future.
Other discussion? I do. Trustee Verbeff, I am curious why you felt the need to ask the questions that you had already asked Mr. Dill and other staff, to ask these questions at the meeting.
Well, honestly, Mr. Dill and I had a very last-minute meeting today because of some changes in scheduling, and I am processing the information. I've been spending a lot of time in the AB 1200, and I wanted to hear the answers again so that I can feel good about my decision in voting no this evening. And I also feel it's important for other people to hear the reasons why.
Okay, so as we've discussed in our governance handbook, that's not a problem for you, as we've discussed in our governance.
It is not a problem for me.
Thank you. I also wanted to ask are you willing to reduce the reserves and reduce the LCFF stabilization fund in order to fund additional teachers?
Again, I'm one of 5 of us, and I'd be willing to have those discussions as all 5 of us.
But that's why we're having a discussion
Yeah.
here, and
Right.
I'm asking you, is that something that you'd be willing to look at in order to maintain or increase staffing?
I definitely would be willing to have a discussion about it, yes.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? Ms. Garcia, please call for the vote.
Student Board Representative Jones?
Yes.
Trustee Pearson?
Yes.
Trustee Williamson?
Yes.
Trustee Ward?
Yes.
Trustee Verbeff?
No.
Trustee Rawlings?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1.
Thank you. We will now move on to item 7.2, approval employee appreciation resolution number 212324, Day of the Teacher, and resolution 222324, Classified School Employee Week. Trustees, this is a discussion action item. I will now hand it over to Mrs. Megan Arias.
Thank you. It's the district's tradition to honor our certificated and classified employees during the month of May for their outstanding service to the district. Through the work of CUSD's dedicated workforce, we're able to provide high-quality learning environment for all students. And consistent with the California Ed Code, the district's employee recognition corresponds with the dates established by the state legislature. These resolutions designate May 8th, 2024 as Day of the Teacher, Exhibit A, and May 19th through 25th, 2024 as Classified School Employee Week in Exhibit B. It is respectfully recommended that the Board of Trustees adopt resolution number 21-2324 Exhibit A and resolution number 22-2324 Exhibit B, designating May as Employee Appreciation Month. Thank you.
Thank you. This is the time for public comment. Have any blue cards been received?
We do not have any blue cards.
Thank you. May I have a motion to adopt resolution number 212324? Oh, I'm sorry. Are there any questions? Thank you. Now, may I have a motion to adopt resolution number 212324 Exhibit A and resolution number 222324 Exhibit B, designating May as Employee Appreciation Month?
So moved. For Beth?
Second, Pearson.
We have for Beth and Pearson. Is there any discussion? No discussion. Ms. Garcia, please call for a vote.
Student Board Representative Jones?
Yes.
Trustee Pearson?
Yes.
Trustee Williamson?
Yes.
Trustee Ward?
Yes.
Trustee Verbev?
Yes.
Trustee Rawlings?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. And per our practice, we'll now read the resolution aloud, and we'll start with Trustee Pearson. And we'll start with Day of the Teacher resolution.
With the first, whereas. Thank you.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Whereas education is the most vital activity that we as a society undertake to ensure the well-being of the nation, and
Whereas education is, in large measure, the result of the talent and commitment of teachers, and
whereas teaching is a profession characterized by skill, knowledge, discipline, tenacity, and creativity in the delivery of instruction, and
whereas teachers are a source of caring, concern, counseling, empathy, warmth, and love, and
Whereas teachers deserve widespread recognition and gratitude for their performance, and
Whereas teachers at the Carlsbad Unified School District exemplify all of these qualities, and
therefore, be it resolved that the Carlsbad Unified School District Board of Trustees and the Carlsbad Unified School District Superintendent join with the Governor and the State of Legislature in declaring May 8th, 2024 as the Day of the Teacher, and
be it further resolved that the Carlsbad Unified School District, this 17th day of April, 2024, hereby passed and adopted resolution number 21-2324 by the following vote. 5 ayes.
thank you. Trustee Williamson?
whereas classified employees serve the people of the city of Carlsbad through their work at the Carlsbad Unified School District, and
whereas classified employees continually assist the Carlsbad Unified School District in its commitment to provide quality educational programs and services to the children of Carlsbad, and
whereas classified employees individually and collectively set an exemplary standard of performance and commitment, and
Whereas classified employees provide knowledge, skills, and expertise that are relied upon by staff throughout the organization, and
whereas classified employees serve a vital role in providing for the welfare and safety of Carlsbad Unified School District students.
therefore, be it resolved that the Carlsbad Unified School District Board of Trustees and the Carlsbad Unified School District Superintendent express their gratitude and commend all classified employees for their service to the Carlsbad Unified School District and join the California State Legislature in designating the week of May 19th through May 25th, 2024 as Classified School Employee Week.
Be it further resolved that the Carlsbad Unified School District, this 17th day of April, 2024, hereby passed and adopted resolution number 22-2324 by the following vote, 5 ayes.
Thank you. And we now move on to item 7.3, presentation, transitional kindergarten instructional material adoption. Trustees, this is an information discussion item. I will now hand it over to Dr. Nye.
Thank you, President Rawlings, trustees, and Dr. Churchill. Tonight, staff's pleased to present our transitional kindergarten instructional material process and a recommendation for information, and then we're going to bring that back next month for final approval. Per our practice, we will display those materials for a month here at the district office where folks can come in and review the materials as well. And I have Director Obzit who's going to walk us through a little bit of the process that we took to make the selection. I want to thank the TK teachers that all participated. It was a good group and lots of good discussion, and I think we've landed on a good product. So with that, I'll turn it over to her.
Thank you. Good evening. So as you know, like TK has been expanding and we've got younger and younger students in our program. And so we had a need to look at the instructional materials to address those younger learners. And so we started this process in the last year. TK teachers looked at some materials. Not all of the publishers have materials available yet because expanding TK is a little bit new. We'd been using Scholastic, and the teachers were familiar with that, and they had to supplement and kind of create their own materials. So last year, they looked at some materials, and they really didn't meet the mark. So they kind of dove into 3 of them, really kind of dug a little bit deeper last fall in some of the programs. Still didn't really feel like they met those foundations and really met the needs of those young learners. So this spring, winter, the programs like Scholastic came out with their program, so they really wanted to see that. They'd heard really good things about Frog Street, which a couple of other districts have adopted, so really met with the publishers, dug in, looked at all of those materials, and if you want to go to the next slide, they selected Frog Street as the program that they're recommending. It's really designed for those young learners. It has the language arts, it has the math, it comes with a lot of the materials. It kind of embeds those STEAM activities throughout, really is addressing the needs of English learners, those diverse learners, all of that. They really had engaging units and themes. What really sold them was the partnership with conscious discipline and that social emotional learning, because as we know in those young years, it's really about getting them ready for kindergarten and really preparing them and building those skills that are going to like help them all the way through school. And so that was the like sort of selling part of the Frog Street compared to all of those other programs. It has assessments built in there. They liked those. That has both that kind of balance between the fine motor and the gross motor. And then also sort of those resources to share with families. So our next steps, I think Dr. Nye kind of mentioned that. We'll take questions and any discussion tonight. And then we do have the materials ready to go. They're kind of sitting back in our office and they'll be out front for families to look at if they want to. All of the TK teachers did participate in that. We don't have a huge TK group. We have 9 teachers, and so they all, had their eyes on it. They will be getting some of those samples to really dig in even deeper before we formally adopt that, and then we'll return next month for approval.
So we're happy to answer any questions, or first if there's any public speakers on this topic.
Thank you. This is the time for a public comment. Have any blue cards been received?
We do not have any blue cards.
Thank you. Trustees, do you have any questions that you were not able to ask staff prior to the meeting? Trustee Pearson.
Can you quantify how many TK students we have currently and what the growth is been over the last 2 years?
So I think we have about 150 right now, and we're anticipating about 210 next year. I think that's about where we're at in enrollment for next year, expanding by a couple of months. We started a few years ago with, before the expansion, we had 4 classes. We currently have 9 classrooms, and they're at 24 each. They have to max out at that.
Thank you.
Trustee Burbett.
So you mentioned we have 9 TK teachers now. How many will we need to accommodate the 210?
So what we're anticipating right now, and TK is sort of always like, we're actually like over enrolled right now from what we usually project. Like last year we went in to the summer with, I think, what did we have, like 6 teachers and ended up with 9? Because even though we do a lot of advertisement, like TK ends up like rolling in kind of in August, right before school starts. So our plan is for 2 classrooms over at Calavera Hills, 4 to continue with 4 over at Jefferson, and then hopefully continuing at 4. Right now enrollment's a little bit lower at Poinsettia. They probably have about 50 students enrolled right now, so they have room for growth. But that's kind of our plan for right now, and then they'll look at it in August and see if we need to expand or add more.
Other questions? And now this is a time for board discussion. Any discussion on this topic? Okay, we'll move on to the thank you. And our next topic is 7.4, approval resolution number 232324, statutory school fee increase for new residential and commercial industrial construction. Trustees, this is a public hearing and a discussion action item. I will now hand it over to Mr. Eric Dill.
Thank you. Every 2 years, the State Allocation Board reviews the maximum allowable fees that can be charged to developers by school districts. And following the State Allocation Board action, districts may increase their fees following commission of a study that establishes a nexus between new development and impacts on schools. We have commissioned that study. It is attached here, and it does show that there is a connection to new development. And so the proposal and resolution tonight would be to increase the fees to the maximum, which has always been our practice and what districts tend to do. And I will turn it back over to President Rawlings to take public comment by way of a public hearing. And if there are any comments after that, I will be happy to answer.
Thank you. This is the time for public comment. As part of this public hearing, have any blue cards been received?
We do not have any blue cards.
There are no blue cards. Trustees, do you have any questions for staff that you were unable to ask before the meeting? Trustee Pearson.
Mr. Dill, do you have any sense on the residential side how much that contributes to the cost of new housing?
About all I can say is 84 cents, I'm sorry, $5.17 a square foot, because that's what we would be raising it to. And that's not only for new construction, it would be remodeling that adds square footage as well. So we see those folks come into our office.
So just to follow up is the math would be that number times the square footage.
Correct.
On that, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Other questions? Trustee Verbeck.
Will the enrollment impact our need for fees and our decision about whether to increase them?
I would say it would not, because we do have a number of facilities in the district that are temporary, and that these fees are collected to build permanent structures. So even if our enrollment declines, while we still have a number of temporary classrooms that were installed in prior years, we could use these dollars to replace those with permanent structures.
Other questions? Trustee Verbeck.
Do we have an updated demographic report to compare with the enrollment estimates in this report?
Yes, and I'll be putting that in the Friday report this week.
Any other questions? So may I have a motion to adopt resolution number 232324, statutory school fee increase in accordance with the allowable statutory school fees for new residential and commercial industrial construction, Exhibit A.
So moved, Williamson.
Second, Pearson.
Moved by Williamson, seconded by Trustee Pearson. And now's the time for discussion. Any discussion? No discussion. Ms. Garcia, please call for a vote.
Student Board Representative Jones?
Yes.
Trustee Pearson?
Yes.
Trustee Williamson?
Yes.
Trustee Ward?
Yes.
Trustee Verbeck?
Yes.
Trustee Rawlings?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. We now move on to item 7.5, approval declaration of need to fully need for fully qualified educators. Trustees, this is a discussion action item. I will now hand it over to Mrs. Megan Arias.
Thank you. The Declaration of Need is an annual form that we submit to the California Commission on Teaching Credentialing, and that contains the district's estimated number of emergency permits that might be requested during the year. Prior to processing any of the applications for an emergency permit, this Declaration of Need does have to be on file with the Commission, and the permit must be approved and submitted on an annual basis. So it's respectfully requested that the Board of Trustees approve the Declaration of Need for fully qualified educators in Exhibit A. Thank you.
This is the time for public comment. Have any blue cards been received?
We do not have any blue cards.
Thank you. Trustees, are there any questions that you were unable to ask of staff prior to the meeting? No questions? I may have a motion to approve the Declaration of Need for fully qualified educators, Exhibit A.
So move, Verbeff.
Second, Williamson.
Moved by Verbeth, seconded by Williamson. Any discussion? No discussion. Ms. Garcia, please call for a vote.
Student Board Representative Jones?
Yes.
Trustee Pearson?
Yes.
Trustee Williamson?
Yes.
Trustee Ward?
Yes.
Trustee Verbev?
Yes.
Trustee Rawlings?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. We now move on to item 7.6, development of 24-25 local control accountability plan, approval of 24-25 goals and success indicator. Trustees, this is a discussion action item. I will now hand it over to Dr. Churchill.
Thank you. I'm actually going to hand it directly over to Dr. Nye.
Thank you, President Rawlings and trustees, and Dr. Churchill. I appreciate that pass back. Tonight, we have a few items that we're bringing forward tonight, and we're kind of bifurcating two things into one. Step one is to review the proposed goals and success indicators that you had discussion around at the board study session last month. And then we also wanted to review the additional requested items and provide some staff direction to bring back for the May 15th board meeting regarding the three additional items that are listed there. So you asked us to bring back some additional information around full-day kindergarten, as well as address extending the elementary intervention teachers for 1 year, and then address some secondary supports and interventions. Then we'll go on to public comment, board questions and discussions, and approve or make any modifications to the 24-25 school year. So it is a little bit, we're kind of compressing two items into one here. So staff will get through this, and then we'll open it up for questions and board, public comment. So just a reminder in regards to the local control accountability plan and what it is and what it is not. It's really put into place to identify increased or improved services for high-need students. And those are unduplicated students that we have in our school district that include English language learners, foster youth, as well as students who qualify for free and reduced lunches. We have to show that the money that we're receiving is primarily targeted in our LCAP plan specifically for addressing the needs of these students. It can benefit all students, and oftentimes interventions do, but the purpose of the plan is to really identify how we're addressing the needs of these specific students. It's common to think that this is some separate budget. It's really not. It's part of our overall budget. It's part of our allocation that we receive. The LCAP's really a subset existing inside of that budget. So we have to designate certain dollars to meet the needs of those students, but that's part of the overall total amount that we receive. And most of the expenditures that we identify in the plan are things that we're already doing. So we're identifying people or support or resources that primarily are going towards supporting these students, and in turn, getting credit, if you will, for those expenditures that we have in the plan. So we're always looking at revising the plan, but it's really taking what we actually have existing. Anything that we add to the plan, we have to look at balancing something that we have to take away. So we're always looking at that and trying to be fiscally, obviously, appropriate when it comes to that. So tonight, what we have for you is 2 exhibits. The following changes were made based on, as I mentioned, the board study session feedback. Exhibit A really is proposed goals and success indicators with some staff suggestions based on the study session. And then Exhibit B really is exactly what you had suggested, goals and success indicators based on the study session itself. Some considerations that we want you to just be highlighted between the two. Exhibit A in the goals and success indicators, it really contains 28 individual targets, which is more in line with what we've had in the past. Exhibit B, as it was totally suggested last time, almost doubles that and includes approximately 54 targets. What we think and why we're recommending Exhibit A is it includes all the suggested targets made by the trustees during the March study session. So it captures everything that you all said and puts it into one document. It arranges the targets that include overall goals and success indicators on page 1. And then on pages 2 and 3, it displays, and we will report on that data that was discussed at the March study session. Staff recommends that pages 2 and 3 be publicly reported upon annually as additional information, but the only targets on page 1 should be considered as the success indicators for the overall annual goals. So that is the suggestion that we're making today. What we'll ask you at the end is, do you have any questions regarding Exhibits A or B? And are there any modifications and changes that you'd like us to make before we approve the goals and success indicators? We need to get approved goals and success indicators at this meeting so that we can bring you a draft of expenditures and actions and services at the next board meeting. So it's critical that we come out of tonight with some approved goals and success indicators for the 24-25 school year. And I just stress that just so that we kind of have a narrow window to bring you a completed template of the LCAP at the next board meeting. So in regards to the other items that were requested, one of those items was to bring back some additional information regarding all-day kindergarten. As you're aware, we did provide the board with some information that included some studies as well as some research around all-day kindergarten. One of the highlights that I'd like to say is that we certainly see some academic gains as it relates to specific populations of students when you move to an all-day K model. Specifically, those are with low socioeconomically disadvantaged students, as well as English language learners, Hispanic students. Many of the studies that we cited, there was some academic gains that we saw with those students. Overall, when you look at all the students, you do see some initial gains in early years. Many of the studies showed that overall, it's one study or another, depending on what you look at. But by grade 3, some of those academic gains overall are kind of caught up with whether or not you have a half-day model or a full-day model, but certainly you see those academic gains with specific subgroup populations. As it relates to the cost, so we wanted to further identify what are the true costs moving to an all-day model, as well as what could be some additional costs based on multiple factors. The true costs really revolve around special education. And so right now, because we have an early bird, late owl model, we're able to split the aids, the students that require one-to-one aids in our moderate to severe or severe to severe classes. We call those our special day classes. We're able to split an aid between 2 students. So we have an early bird student that requires an aid, and then we have a late owl student that requires an aid. We're able to use one aid for those 2 students. Should we move to an all-day kindergarten model, that would have to double. We would have to hire one aide for one student in our SDC classrooms. We're anticipating 7 students requiring one-to-one aids next year. That can fluctuate on the year. Sometimes it's 15 students, sometimes it's 4 students. So depending on the number of students that we have requiring one-to-one aids, that cost may vary. We also have a variance there because of the fact that it's difficult to hire aides right now. So oftentimes we're having to reach out to agencies to fill those roles, and agency aides tend to be a little bit more expensive than aides that we're able to hire through the district. So, and sometimes students need specialization that we don't hire for as well. So that's why you have that range. We also have anticipated needing additional lunch supervision or campus monitors to cover lunch and recess. I'm told by Director Obzit, who had to go through this process in Oceanside, that that is very much needed. It is a cost that will be needed at each of our school sites. In regards to the possible cost, I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Dill. He's going to talk through a little bit about the 4 additional teachers that are estimated and talk a little bit about what those costs may look like.
Yeah, and that assumption is just based off of the difference between our kindergarten enrollment and our first grade enrollment. And so if the reason why we have that jump at first grade is that there are a number of families who are opting to privately place students in a full-day private kindergarten, maybe they'll opt in and our kindergarten enrollment would grow, and therefore we would need to hire additional staff. So that's just an estimate of 4 based off of the 100 student gap that we have, and at a 24-to-1, it's just about 4 additional teachers. And then I will point out that we're used to thinking in terms of enrollment drives funding, and as we transition into basic aid next year, additional enrollment will not be tied to additional revenue that would come into the district. So this would be a decision to make do with the resources we have. If we were to add those costs in the budget, it would not be covered by additional local control funding formula revenue like we've seen in prior years.
So moving on, in regards to the extension of elementary intervention teachers, the first bullet really captures what we've done this year, and we were allocated $800,000 to school sites based on the number of identified students in need of intervention. And you see there the sub-bullets kind of indicate what we actually did with that. 2 schools were able to hire full-time positions with district funds. 5 schools did a combination of the money that they got and combined that with PTA funds to support a full-time position, and 2 of our schools decided to use just instructional hourly time for intervention. It's staff's recommendation this evening that we would like to extend the elementary intervention teachers for another year, and with a couple different caveats. The first caveat being that we would use money specifically from the arts, music, and discretionary block grant money, which is one-time dollars, to fund that moving forward for 1 additional year, knowing that those monies were earmarked for future textbook adoptions. So we will have to go through as an instructional services team and figure out where we would capture that money somewhere else, or what we would have to forfeit in regards to a textbook adoption down the road, should we not receive any more money for textbook adoptions. Secondly, the second caveat is that we want a more consistent model from site to site. So that's why you see that number jumping from $800,000 to $1 million roughly. It's because we want every site to be allocated 1 FTE. This will allow for consistency from site to site. It'll allow us to do more intensive professional development of those teachers, share best practices, and we think that that was the model that we saw the most impact on student achievement. So we feel like that would be a necessary caveat as we move forward for this 1 additional year. And lastly, you asked us to bring back information regarding student supports with expenditures on secondary students. So we listed out some of the student supports that we currently have in place this year and expenditures to those. Wellness Together is a program that offers mental health support, trauma-informed counseling to our students. These are outside counselors that we bring in on contract. So this is a separate contract that we have. They're there to support our counselors. And oftentimes our counselors will refer to Wellness Together trauma-informed counselors to do more intensive counseling. And so we've had that since COVID has been in place. We have that this year as well. We slightly reduced the contract between last year and this year. So we reduced the amount of hours, and I would imagine that that would continue to be reduced as we move forward with things. Secondly, another large ticket item that you see on there are several off-ratio sections, we call that at the secondary level, to provide intervention. And so intervention could include credit recovery classes, they could include shelter classes, AVID classes, ACE classes, Lancer Success. So a number of different classes that they have built into their master schedules that specifically provide targeted intervention for students in reading, math, or credit recovery. Third on that list is we have, since COVID, added additional counselor support, specifically at the secondary. We've also added at the elementary level, but we wanted to capture what we've added specifically. We added one middle school counselor, and we converted the high school intervention counselors. You recall that we had those. Those were actually just converted over to counselors that support the overall counseling from day to day at the high schools. Each individual site at the secondary level receives additional money and support that they can use for tutoring or intervention. And this is part of our LCAP plan. So it's based on the number of unduplicated students that each site has. And so the principals are working with their teams to determine tutoring before and after school, any types of intervention, and they use that directly to meet the needs of students. And then we also captured credit recovery summer school. You'll recall that we offered a more robust summer school right out of COVID, but we've narrowed that down to just credit recovery at this point in time. We also offer a summer bridge class for our struggling 8th grade students that we identify, and we give them kind of a 2-week boot camp to get them ready for high school, and we plan on continuing that as well. So all in tune, that's roughly under $2 million that we're allocating to the secondary school sites. I would say that there's probably more that are in there that we haven't captured here, but this gives you a good sense of some of the interventions that we're doing at the secondary level. So again, as far as staff recommendations, we recommend that the Board of Trustees approve Exhibit A with any changes that we discussed this evening, and that the board provide some additional direction regarding the other requested items discussed this evening so that staff can include that information on actions and services coming back in May. I will say that there was one additional note on the exhibits that I just like to point out. There was a typo in the exhibits that we provided, and it was both exhibits, and it had to do with the targets around DEIB, or the Forward Together plan. I believe in the exhibit that we mentioned that it was a 3% target for English language arts and math and a 2% target for science. And actually what we have in our plan currently and our recommendation is to remain at a 5% increase for English language arts and math and a 4% increase in science. That would hopefully help narrow that achievement gap that we see between some of our subgroup populations and our overall populations. So that was a typo. That was never intended to be there. So staff apologizes for that, and we're happy to turn it back over to President Rawlings.
Thank you. This is the time for public comment. Have any blue cards been received?
We have a total of 5 blue cards.
Thank you. When I call your name, please come to the podium, state your name, and indicate whether or not you live within the boundaries of the school district. You will have 3 minutes. The first speaker is Jen Belknap.
Jen Belknap, I live in the district. I just wanted to thank the board for prioritizing academics in the LCAP this year with the push for 3% and 2% gains on standardized tests. As a parent, I appreciate the focus on academics, but obviously our students benefit from focusing on academics, as do our teachers. On that note, I also appreciate the focused directive on professional development in Goal 2, which I think will be helpful for our teachers and for our students. I wondered when I look at Goal 1 in Exhibit A on page 2, on the 3% gain goal for 8th and 11th graders on the SBAG, for example, what will this percentage tell us when the cohorts tested are different? I remember during last month's board meeting, there was discussion about this. I just can't tell how that discussion was settled based on the information given on this slide. And it would be nice to have some clarity on what we gain by comparing the different cohorts. Overall, though, I like how the LCAP looks, and thank you for your hard work.
Thank you. Next speaker is Scott Davison.
I also want to thank the board for the discussion and the outcomes of the LCAP workshop last month, which is what I would consider to be one of the most productive meetings I've ever witnessed. The added success indicators, increased goals, and the breakdown of data will all be crucial to determining whether CUSD is improving academic outcomes of our students. Please don't let the superintendent's staff get away with their clever trick in Exhibit A of eliminating these critical goals that really identify exactly how many of our students are at risk. I want to give a personal example of how critical this is. My son is in 11th grade, and from the discussion I had with his teacher, the 11th grade class is quite possibly the worst class to ever go through CUSD in terms of math proficiency. Since only 40% of our high school students are proficient at math, it's not hard to figure out that our 11th grade students are almost certainly below this mark. How far below? Well, we don't know because that data isn't public, although it will be if the board approves tonight's LCAP goals. Here's why that's important. I ask other parents in my son's grade how their kids are doing in math. Most acknowledge that they are struggling, and many have hired private tutors. But they don't realize that it's not just their kid, it's all the kids. So instead of asking the school board to provide extra tutoring or interventions or smaller class sizes to help all the kids, they're trying to solve these problems on their own at great cost to themselves. That's just one example of why it's so critical for the board and parents to see this detailed data and track our students as they move from one grade to the next. If we had this data in 2021, we could have seen that the class of 2025, including my son, spent a year online in 8th grade algebra without learning a thing, an outcome so bad that the Sage Creek math teachers essentially had to repeat the entire 8th grade course when they got to 9th grade. You would have seen this if we had the data, but our public school system tried to bury its head so deep in the sand that we didn't even test them to find out how bad the problem was. Well, now we know how bad our schools failed our children. And even though it's been 4 years since our schools closed and the COVID recovery money is running out, our kids still haven't come close to catching up. So again, I applaud the board for finally being willing to raise our standards, add appropriate goals, and help our kids recover what they lost. In the LCAP surveys, thousands of parents, teachers, and students asked for smaller class sizes, more intervention teachers, and help with academics. The question is, how are we going to accomplish that by not continuing 37 teachers next year? A teacher was at this podium a few minutes ago talking about how hard it is to find teachers. So the last thing we should be doing is letting 36 of them go. I'll say it again, but if we can afford $8.4 million for raises, we sure as hell better be able to afford $8.4 million for our kids.
Next speaker is Adrian Jepp.
Hi there, my name is Adrienne Jebb. I just want to start by saying thank you for exploring all-day kindergarten. I know I've been a squeaky wheel to a lot of you, so I just first thank you for taking the time to really look at it. I wanted to reiterate some of the things that working families face when they're late owl kindergarten families. And it points exactly to what Dr. Nye was saying, which is if you're a late owl, your schedule starts at 10 a.m. and it ends at 1:30. If you're dealing with childcare, your schedule changes constantly. Friday is the Jonkathon at Magnolia. We're very excited at our house, but it changes our childcare, it changes our work schedule. And if you're two working parents, it's incredibly difficult. Not only that, you have a kindergartner with high emotional, on on a 10 at all times. And every time you change that schedule, not only does it change their childcare, it changes their diet, what time they eat lunch. Right now, if you're a late owl, lunch is at 1:45. I know I can't make it that long. I've seen my son not do so well with that. A couple months back, we had a therapist come and talk about the emotional toll that change of schedule takes on kindergartners when they're trying to find their pattern, find their schedule. It's incredibly difficult for 5- and 6-year-old children. So I know you've been faced with a lot of priorities tonight, and I don't envy your seats in the fact that budget constraints continue to be obviously a huge issue, but the education of our kindergartners has to be, it's day one. I'll give you a quick example. I clearly talk about this with friends and family, and now my Instagram ads get Oceanside, come to Oceanside, start dual language programs in Oceanside. I'm getting ads for it as a Carlsbad resident. As a community member, that's shocking and horrible, and I hate it, and I'm sure you do too, because what I would hate is for my son's peers to be going to Oceanside because they offer dual language full-day kindergarten, and they start there, and they love it, and then they don't come back, right? That's my biggest fear for my son's peers. So again, thank you so much for the analysis. I know a lot of work goes into that. I know budget constraints continue to be an issue, but for working families, all-day kindergarten is a must. All of our peer group of school districts offer it. We're the only school district that doesn't. And I think to the point about releasing test scores, I know you don't test kindergartners until they get a little bit older, but I have to imagine we would be behind. So with that, thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, Allison Emery.
All right. Hello again. So just kind of trying to correlate some of the things that have come up and some great questions and conversations, and just give a little personal perspective. When my daughter was born, and we lived in Carlsbad at the time, I planned on enrolling her in our local boundary area school, which would be Buena Vista. However, by the time she turned 5, family circumstances have changed. I found myself a single mom with a 45-minute commute each day, each way, and no additional support. So along with that, with my belief that children thrive in an all-day kindergarten, I impacted my decision where I decided to bring her to my district, where I teach to have access to all-day K. But not all parents have that option, and I consider myself lucky. Not only does all-day K seem to be a need for our families, but I can also think it's also a need for our kids. Many of our children who already come into our school already attend all-day pre-K, if not preschool. So they're ready for it as far as their developmental. All-day K does not translate into all-day book learning, which is what a lot of people might assume, but it's impactful learning that our young children receive through play and interacting with each other. They learn how to feel their feelings, how to play nicely, be able to sit in community groups, and along with that, they get their exposure through learning throughout the day, both passively and actively. And I can't help but wonder if we're missing something with the half-day K that is some of the issues we've seen reported on the intervention and the lower socioeconomic groups and such, that maybe they're having a harder time grasping those because those issues haven't been addressed sooner, because they haven't been seen sooner. So I know it seems like a short period of time, a half day, but it is also one of the most influential times, as anyone who works in education with kids knows, that for their learning and for their development. So it shouldn't be dismissed easily, and I hope that in the long run, we consider maybe if we're creating our own problems and can maybe solve them as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Nikki Rudin.
Hi, everybody. It's been a while since I've been here. I've been busy working in the district. So I come here tonight to speak as a parent, actually as one of those 9 intervention teachers and a dedicated community member that cares deeply about the future of our students here in CUSD. I have such an incredible viewpoint in our district. I have 2 kids at Buena Vista, and I am an intervention teacher at Jefferson, and what we have called ourselves this year is instructional coaches, and that might have been something that you guys are going to discuss tonight, which has been an incredible opportunity. as you discussed tonight, the LCAP goals and success indicators for the 2024-25 school year, I want you to think about a quote that I recently came across, and it really resonated with me. Jefferson Elementary staff has started an optional book club, and we're reading Think Again by Adam Grant, and it's been a great moment outside of school to connect and socialize and to really think about what it means to rethink and unlearn and relearn. And so I just thought I would maybe share some of these thoughts and this quote as I read it, really connected with, obviously it could connect with all aspects of our life of relearning and rethinking, but really in my role, teaching and education and learning. And some of the themes that I've been working with teachers are these themes of reflecting, relearning, unlearning, pivot, change, take risks, collaborate. You know, all of these are happening while we're coaching in the classroom, while we're working with students, and really talking about best instructions and best practices. And so as you hear this quote, just think about that lens. So when people reflect on what it takes to be mentally fit, the first idea that comes to mind is usually intelligence. The smarter you are, the more complex the problems are that you can solve, and the faster you can solve them. Intelligence is traditionally viewed as the ability to think and learn, yet in a turbulent world, there's another set of cognitive skills that might matter more than the ability to set of cognitive skills that might matter more. It's the ability to rethink and unlearn. And so I just wanted to read that because it's been a great opportunity. We have a great opportunity here to rethink, unlearn, and pivot and change. And we ask that of our students, and I'm asking that of educators, and I ask that of all of you, as you have all of these incredible, you know, I have an incoming kinder. I would love all day kinder. You know, I'm one of those 9 instructional coaches that actually do support our CUDA raise as well. And I'm one of those people who is a temp employee, and I 100% support that. And so I just ask us to live in that kind of space as you have this really big job ahead of you. And I also want to thank Trustee Williamson for taking that risk and one of those board meetings. Dr. Ecker, working with him is amazing. Emma Cobb, like these are people thinking outside the box, pivoting, changing, thinking something that hasn't been done yet. Let's do that. Let's do that for our district and our kids. And so I support all of the work you guys do, and I'm so grateful to be here. So thank you.
Thank you. Trustees, do you have any questions that you were unable to ask of staff before the meeting? Trustee Williamson.
Is staff recommending that we change our current kindergarten setup? I wasn't quite sure from your presentation.
Yeah, certainly from an instructional lens, I would say that I see some benefits in doing that. I think, though, that as of right now, and I'll defer to my colleagues here, but the cost associated to those things, I'm not aware that we've identified any offsetting costs. So at this point in time, I don't think we're making any recommendations. I see a benefit instructionally by providing that, but until staffs come back with offsetting costs, I don't think we're prepared to make a recommendation at this point in time.
Did you have a follow-up?
I do, but if somebody else has a follow-up, I can wait till after theirs.
Does someone else have a follow-up to that? No. Okay, Trustee Williamson.
Okay. Then the follow-up, is staff recommending that we continue the intervention teachers?
Yes. We've identified one-time dollars out of the art, music, discretionary block grant money, and we, per that, we feel confident that moving forward for one additional year. The difference being all-day K is an ongoing cost that, will last for a lot longer than a year. And so I don't know if we've gone through the process at this point in time to identify offsetting costs to pay for all-day kindergarten. But we're certainly want to hear from trustees as far as, direction and moving forward as we start looking at the LCAP and bringing back actions and services for next month.
Did you have a follow-up to that?
Then the follow-up is the third logical question is then on the third slide, are you recommending making any changes with interventions at the secondary level?
A number of those items that were listed were this year's expenditures. We're going to have to bring back what it looks like in the LCAP as far as what the anticipated expenditures will be next month. So we haven't gone through that process at this point in time. What we need tonight is approved goals and success indicators so that we can start that work as far as identifying. So I would imagine some of those things would remain. I don't know to the extent of all of those things or how many sections. I don't know that at this point in time.
Okay, thank you.
I have a follow-up. Excuse me, I have a follow-up on that. When you talk about the arts block grant, I would thought that had been offset by Prop 28 dollars, which are ongoing dollars. So could you explain why we can only fund it for 1 year?
So that particular block grant has a really long name, but it can be used for any purpose. And it was one time in nature. So the full name of it is Arts, Music, Instructional Materials Discretionary Block Grant. And the original plan that the board approved was to use those dollars for the instructional materials piece. And I've lost how many dollars we ultimately had. It was, I think, about 5.8 million. And we've already spent some of that on the original plan for instructional materials, particularly elementary science last year. It funded that one-time large adoption. And it was in June of last year that the decision was made to carve out a piece of that for the intervention teachers for this year. And so at the end of this year, we would project about a $2.9 million balance in that one-time restricted but flexible block grant. It's a weird block grant because it's restricted, but it's got flexibility in it. Whereas Prop 28 is a completely different thing. It's a separate, restricted, ongoing program that can only be used for things that are tied to arts, music, drama, design, coding, and a whole slew of different things related to arts and music.
So just to follow up, so I'm clear, I was under the impression that Prop 98 replaced that block grant and the governor moved those dollars into another place and that we took Prop 28 instead. That's inaccurate. Okay, so we did receive Prop 28 on top of the block grant.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's what I need to clarify. Trustee Pearson.
Thank you, President Rawlings. I'm trying to understand this one-time funded staff of 37 people. And in the LCAP presentation and your recommendation by staff, how many of those 37 are represented in that LCAP? Or are there none?
I don't know how many, the intervention teachers are an example of that. So we're using one-time dollars for intervention teachers. If we don't move forward with that, those potentially could be teachers that we don't move forward with. So it's staff's recommendation that we use one-time dollars to continue that for an additional year, which is 9 teachers that we would continue with.
So that leaves my math, basic math. That leaves 28 left, and it is, if I understand from the presentation, unless slides 8, 9, and 10 cover the other 28. No. Okay. So can you clarify
Side
that?
pot. That it is separate and distinct from the supplemental dollars that we're talking about in the LCAP. And so, these are not tied together, is what I'm saying, unless you think differently in terms of how you pull the LCAP together.
Okay, so just to follow up on that then, as we move into basic aid, does that change the dynamics from a financial side?
Not in the near term, because in the near term, we'll just be entering into basic aid, and we will end up approximately next year where we thought we were going to be a year ago, when we thought there was going to be a higher COLA on the local control funding formula next year. And so we're just barely dipping into basic aid next year. In the future, if 2 things happen: one, property tax continues to grow faster than COLA, which is what usually happens, that would be more funds per student that would be available. And also, if enrollment continues either at a flat or declining rate, that then creates more dollars per student. And so we would start gaining momentum, but not in the near term. Really not next year, and we would have to see how changes in the real estate market in this calendar year will affect our property tax in future years, and that's the exercise we're going to go through for a number of years until we get deep into, well, it will always be my consideration, but until we get deep into basic aid, I will say that we're not that much better off, we're just better off.
So just to add some clarity to the presentation on full-time kinder, I want to, without dipping into reserves, there is not funds available to do full-time kinder.
I would say not in the near term. So this would
Okay.
be a consideration, at least from a budget standpoint, not for any other value judgment on it. I would not be recommending going forward with it because it would be an additional ongoing cost that we won't really have the resources for next year to add in on an ongoing basis. Perhaps 2, 3, 4 years out, we'll be in a different position.
Thank you.
Trustee Ward?
Well, you kind of answered my question with his last one, because I was wondering about, I know we don't fully know where we are with basic aid and what that's going to look like yet. So, and I'm torn between the half-day and the full-day kinder. I mean, having taught both at Jefferson, I think there's pluses and minuses to both programs. But what I'm hearing you say, Eric, or Mr. Dill, is that going into basic aid, you're not feeling confident that this is something that we should look into.
Yeah, not
doing
into the
for
near
next
term
year.
until we have a better idea of what our outlook is on our property tax, and we'll have an estimate built in, but we won't have a revised estimate from the county of San Diego until November, and you're really not sure how many dollars you have on property tax until the end of the year. You're paid on an estimate and then trued up in June, and so you're always working off of that estimate. And right now it's about it's about 3.5% or so that we're looking at of an increase in property tax next year until I get different information.
So to follow up on that, in regard to funding for that, so with the intervention teachers that we will be funding with the arts and music instructional materials discretionary block grant.
Good job.
With that funding, do we completely exhaust it? I mean, is that something we could use for full-day kinder, or are we exhausting it with the intervention teachers?
Yeah, the general wisdom on one-time dollars is you don't use it for ongoing costs.
Okay.
Because when the funds expire or fully expend, then you need to find other ongoing funds to replace that. So generally you look to spend one-time dollars on one-time things.
Yeah, which I understand, but what I'm also hearing you say with the full-time kinder situation is that for next year, hold, but we would have more information that following year. So after those one-time funds would be used for kinder, we could always follow up with if that program is successful with different funding, correct?
Yeah, potentially. The other position we could find ourselves in is that we've expanded a program, and then if, say, there are not dollars in our property tax sources to sustain that, then do we contract it? And that would be a really difficult decision to make as well. But that's, again, these are value judgments and not necessarily dollars and cents judgments, but which is my expertise. So, but that would be the risk that I would see, is creating an expectation and then perhaps not being able to sustain it over time, which is why we generally say, if you've got one-time dollars, use it for buying things, use it for temporary purposes with staff, use it for infrastructure or other big purchases that you have on a one-time basis, but don't use it for ongoing costs. Like you wouldn't use one-time dollars for raises, you wouldn't use one-time dollars to add ongoing staff, a number of things, which is just the general wisdom of how you use one-time dollars.
Okay.
I had a follow-up on that as well. Isn't there, once you go into basic aid, don't you receive more dollars per student depending upon your enrollment? So if your enrollment's flat or actually declining, you're actually receiving more dollars per student.
Correct.
So in a basic aid situation, and I've seen it happen with some of the other coastal districts, that they've chosen not to do TK because it increases their enrollment and it
Right.
takes away dollars from their current students. Is that an accurate reflection of what could happen if we are looking at full-day kindergarten?
Well, the difference is those districts chose not to implement those programs for that reason, and I think now they are changing their tune. I think 2 of them at least are changing their tune to add it. But for a very long time, they were reluctant to add an additional program without additional funding coming with it, and so that's why those did not add a TK program.
So just to clarify, you're saying that it may not be the best thing to do at this moment, going into basic aid, but we may change our mind down the road, just like these other districts have. Is that accurate?
Just again, not from the value of TK, but from the dollars and cents connected to it, until we're deeper and more stable into basic aid, and we have a better idea of what the trajectory will be for our property tax. That's when we can, and compared to our enrollment as well, that's when we could start making some different decisions with how to use the excess tax dollars that we will be receiving. The other danger when you're in basic aid is that you have a sudden influx of, say, your K-12 or your 112 enrollment, which you would have to add additional core staffing to without additional dollars as well. So that's why you always have to make sure that you have resources available to adjust should you have a sudden influx at certain grade levels or schools, to manage that within the very finite resource of property tax.
Trustee Rebecca.
What is our ratio right now? How many students in our early bird late owl for our one teacher, approximately?
20
Axis.
lower, right?
Just like so, the class can be anywhere from 21 to.
Yeah, usually classes are 21 to 22 students, and so you break that in half. In essence, you're looking at 11 kids early bird and 11 kids late owl. It just depends.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
it varies from class to class.
on the slide 8, I'm looking at the estimated expenditures. I see additional special ed instructional assistance. Would there be a need for any other type of assistance if you have 21, 22 kindergartners all day long with our teachers? Or is it the same?
I mean, potentially you could have that. What we were asked to do is identify the known cost,
Right.
and so that's what we put in this table. There could be some potentially unknown things that we're not aware of, and so for that matter, we just didn't include them here. But there could be.
Did you have another follow-up, or?
I have a follow-up. I'm just processing. I have other questions, but I'm just
Trustee
thinking about
Ward.
kindergarten.
Oh, because on this slide, so you just mentioned that those are where we are right now, is what but it says incoming.
Well,
So-
this is
So it's
not where we are. This is our known cost for
Cost
next year.
coming in.
Correct.
Oh, I understand.
Based on the students that are currently in preschool that are coming into
Oh, I
our
see.
SDC classrooms in K.
Okay.
Another follow-up?
No. it's a
Okay,
different question.
who's, other questions? Raise your hand if you have other questions. Trustee Ward.
So this is actually for the LCAP and the success indicators. I had a few questions, but I'll start with one. And I want to also say thank you, Dr. Nye, for kind of refocusing us with that Exhibit C slide, talking about the purpose of the LCAP plan and the student populations that we should be focusing on. So my question to you, I have them here, is now I know in looking at this a little bit deeper, and I know that with the success indicators, we up the percentages. But was looking at that a little bit more, and I'm curious if you could share with me, for the success indicators, measuring growth and achievement on the local and state assessments, when was the last time that we actually met those goals?
Well, we met many of those goals and targets last year, academically. I think the challenge or the concern is that, if we recalibrate and make that a larger percentage, which is one of the actions that the board asked for, was to take, as example for the SBAC goals, to not just take that as a percentage of the actual amount, but to take 3% of the actual 100%. That's in essence doubling a target. So it's going from 1.5% that we'd initially anticipate in English language arts to roughly about 3%. So it's definitely more challenging.
Have we met that goal in terms of what we're requesting? I mean,
Yeah.
have we met that goal before?
What I did is I went back historically to look since we've had SBAC put in place. And, if you were to say, based on those targets, how many times would we hit our academic targets in ELA and math? ELA and math, based on those new targets, we would have met 3 out of 12 targets since 2014-15 in English language arts and math, and 1 out of 3 of the targets in science. So that's a total of 4 out of the 15 academic targets since 14-15, or an attainment rate of about 27%. And usually we're at about 75% attainment rate for those targets. So now they've recalibrated the SBAC 3 or 4 times. So, there's all that goes into it. They've changed the questions after COVID. They reduced the amount of questions. So to look at it on a year-to-year basis, I don't know if it's exactly the most accurate thing to do, but that's the math that I kind of came up with when I went back and looked.
So what I'm hearing you say is that the times that we've actually met those targets at what was requested to raise those, it was not very high at all.
Correct. Yeah, it was 27% to be exact.
Okay. And then
Is this a follow-up?
Yes. Okay. So do you think so what was requested by the board, do you think that's achievable, reasonable? I mean, do you think that's necessary in order to really disaggregate the information to support those target groups that we are looking at with the LSAT plan?
I would say that staff's recommendation hasn't changed from what we initially proposed, which was a 2% increase off the result of this year. And that was staff's recommendation then. We thought that those were reasonable, and we think that that's our recommendation now. I don't think our recommendation's changed at all. We understand, the board direction, and that's why we've indicated the percentages as what they are now. So.
And I guess I'm hoping that follow-up, I guess I'm just hoping that, I don't want to, when you're in education and you're assessing students, we don't want to make these goals unattainable. And we also want to keep a focus on the purpose of these assessments and for this plan. So I know that we want to make sure that we're getting the necessary information that we need for these specific student groups without raising these percentages and with the staff recommendation. Are we still able to support the different student groups that you mentioned?
Yeah, I mean, our primary function is to support all of our students, and regardless of what the targets are. So we're going to do that no matter what targets are set. I think, to your point, though, having attainable targets is important for an organization. I think it would be demoralizing to set targets out there that we cannot reach as well. So I'm not saying that that's the case here, but I am saying that it certainly it's more of a jump than what we've had in the past. You know, when I looked at other LCAPs, I did a little bit deeper dive to try to look at neighboring districts and see, you know, some calibration around what other districts are asking. And, you know, in the LCAP is really a 3-year plan. So what many districts have done is said, you know, over the next 3 years, starting in 2019, we're going to grow 6%, which is 2, 2, and 2, right? So many of the districts said we're going to grow 5%, and we're going to grow our subgroups that amount. You know, in the current plan, we would be growing that 9%. And so I didn't see any districts out there that had a target of 9%. It's not to say that they're not. I did a very shallow dive. I looked at a couple of neighboring districts that are high performing. But, you know, I think that whatever the board decides, we're going to do the best we can to meet those goals and those targets, whatever those are.
Other questions? Trustee Verbeck?
This has to do with the number of targets. So I believe, if I'm not incorrect, the board gave consensus to add all the 54 targets into the LCAP. So can you explain again why you're suggesting Exhibit A to just report some of them and have the others reported once a year?
Yeah, just for the sheer number, I think the idea that we're going to double the amount of things that we're measuring, we'll still report out on those things. So they'll be publicly available, they'll be able to be seen. But I think in organization, it's important that we narrow our focus and that we have an idea of, you know, what it is we're trying to accomplish. And the idea that we're moving from 24, 25 to doubling that, I think is spreading out the focus. And so our recommendation would be to still report on those things, to still have measurable targets associated to those. But the idea would be to have a focus on what's on page 1 of the exhibit in A.
Other questions? I have one. Unless you have a follow-up?
Not on that. but
Okay,
different
then I have
ones.
another one. You talked about incoming ninth graders that are eighth graders going into ninth grade, that they have the opportunity to do the bridge program. Is that only for struggling students, or can any student go through that program?
We've been able in the past to open it up to just about anybody that wanted to participate. We just have to look at it each year and calibrate on numbers. I don't want to say definitively, yes, it could be for every student. I think counselors start by identifying kids that would benefit from that. And then, you know, we can't make it unlimited, obviously. So
I guess my question is the program, or what you listed on slide 10, is that only open to students that are identified by the counselor, or are we budgeting for all students and then kind of narrowing it, or how are we doing that?
Yeah, we're not budgeting for all students, but we do have enough in the budget that beyond just counselor recommendations, we've in the past been able to open that up to students that want to participate.
Other questions? Trustee Williamson.
I have a question for you. Because of
Yes.
the discussion tonight, I would ask that you allow us during our discussion to ask staff further questions, because I think I may have some questions that come up as a result of discussion, and I know that that's not typically our process. And so I'm going to kind of hold off on questions to see how the discussion goes. And then if for tonight only during this discussion, if you would be okay, then if something comes up, that we could then ask staff.
Certainly, and thank you for asking. I appreciate that. Is there any other trustee questions? Trustee Verbeck.
Okay. I'm looking at slide 10, and I just want to verify these are the current actions and services that we are spending this year, current year expenditures, correct? Okay. Is staff suggesting or making a proposal for any increase to this for next year, or is this going to remain the same?
Yeah, we're not making any recommendations right now. We're just capturing what we're currently doing. I would imagine at the next board meeting, we'll bring you back actions and services. And at that point in time, I don't think that these numbers would increase. I don't think we'd be recommending increased numbers just because we don't have additional revenue. So if anything, we'd be bringing back something similar or something slightly decreased.
This is a
Other
follow-up.
questions? Follow-up?
Yeah. So I guess you just kind of answered my question because you're not going to recommend any increasing, but I just, I was wondering if you had any suggestions when you look at these programs that we have in place.
I'm going to call a process check because we are only discussing goals, or we're actually only discussing success indicators. So our next meeting will be actions and services based on what we come up with tonight. So
Right.
we're not looking for recommendations from staff on actions and services tonight. So that'll be in our May 15th meeting.
So I can't ask a question, which ones they think would be, we should focus on more in
Not
order
at
to
this
help.
point, not in this meeting, because we have to decide for the success indicators before they could come up with actions and services to recommend based on what we've said. So, because we're not talking about actions and services tonight, only the success indicators. Are there other questions? Okay, no other questions, then I may have a motion to approve the preliminary goals and success indicators for 2024-25 Local Control Accountability Plan as presented in Exhibit A.
So moved, Williamson.
Motion by Williamson, second by Ward. Discussion. Okay, I'll start. If nobody's gonna, if nobody's gonna do it. After further review and really looking at all the different targets that we're looking at, and after the discussion with staff around the really the effectiveness of testing and how many students are not taking these tests seriously and how we're comparing, it seems to be one student group in the fall and one student group in the spring. At this point, and the only way I can see to do it is I'll be voting no on the entire LCAP because I can't, unless we remove 1.1 and at least 1.1 and 1.2, and then I would, and I was not under the impression that we were going from the whole as far as the 100%, and then increasing at the 3%. I thought we were going from this year's targets, and then, or not this year's targets, from our performance this year, and then improving by 3%, not going from the target to a 3% increase. I think that that's unattainable, and I'm not in favor of, especially when we're looking at it from a test. When I was kind of going through some of the current programs of the district, we have Achieve 3000, which is much more cumulative and actually can really target students. We also have Go Math, and those are both, I'm not sure about Go Math, but I do know Achieve 3000 goes up to 8th grade. So I'm not in favor of having all these different targets around one-time testing or testing that I don't believe is effective in order to indicate success. And unless those change, I'm in a position where I need to vote no on the entire LCAP. So that's part of my discussion. Again, I just don't think that testing, and this is just more and more testing where we agree to do the STAR in the absence of the SBAC. And now we're just, we continue to add more tests, which again, I didn't see that anywhere in the thought exchange that we would need to test our kids more. So that's where I'm having concerns that we're taking it, we're using just tests to really measure our success. And that's where I just can't agree with it. Trustee Williamson.
Are there additional tests as a result of this, staff? As a result of the success in the LCAP this year?
Not from previous year, not from last year. We're using the same, we're putting on the front page the same assessments that we always have, or that we've had for several years.
Okay, then I'm confused when you said more testing.
No, when we added STAR because during COVID, there wasn't the SBAC. Or we didn't have an SBAC, we didn't have the SBAC available. So then we added the STAR, but we never took it away when SBAC became available.
So then prior to, prior to COVID, was it just one of the success indicators were only based on state assessments?
Yes.
Oh, I see.
Right. And so that's why, again, where we added that and then we never took it away. And so, again, that's what I'm talking about, additional testing from our LCAP over time, in our LCAP over time. So we've increased the testing, and I'm not seeing how that has been effective. And to be honest with you, from the comments that we've heard from the community, it really seems confusing. The outcomes seemed confusing because if we have high-performing students, if we have, 70% of our students are at this high performing, I'd like to see us working on those students that are struggling. Because the goal is to have high-performing students, at least at grade level. So from my perspective, I just don't see that. I think we're spending a lot of money, resources, time, energy with these tests when we could be utilizing and identifying students that need the help through some of these other programs that we already have, like Go Math and like Achieve 3000.
But how would you identify those students if you don't have an assessment? Or
Well, can't you-
there's different assessments you could do. You could do things anecdotally, observation, formative, summative, I get that. But you want some consistency when you're going from grade to grade. So how would you identify students that we're supposed to be supporting for the LCAP, I guess I'm wondering.
From my perspective, I think we can use, there's Achieve 3000, there's Go Math, there's many other assessments that are cumulative, that are not one-day tests that, the kid's having a bad day, and then, we get skewed results, and then we have confusion amongst our communities saying that, we're failing our students, when in fact we have excellent graduation rates, we have, high performance, we're recognized throughout the county, but
Well, I don't think
the
STAR
results
is
of
a
these
one-time,
tests.
though, is it?
But again,
Can
I'm
you
just
do
saying
it?
that the results of these tests seem confusing, that's all.
Okay.
And Trustee Pearson, you had your hand
No,
up.
I'm really interested because Trustee Trustee Ward, being an educator and a principal and being at it for a long time, has a perspective that I find very interesting in terms of the conversation about assessment. And I understand, President Rawlings, your perspective. Where I'm at on this is that Dr. Nye captured what the LCAP is for, a lot of the subgroups, in terms of how we are improving their academic, not just their academic, but their social emotional being, if you will, and performance academically. And what I understood when we initially asked staff to come back and break that down was so we could really understand how well those subgroups were doing by grade level, not in the aggregate. And I supported that because the more narrow we can get, the more, as a board member, I can make decisions that are going to be more specific. That made sense to me, okay? But listening to Dr. Nye is to make sure that that goal, as I articulated it, and I think a lot of my colleagues agreed, that's what we were trying to achieve, were that you understand that's what we're trying to be. So we can assess, not in the aggregate, but we can get more definitive about where the problem, if there are underachieving students, to do that. And we can appreciate that and make decisions on budgets where to allocate as well to do that. If you're telling me today in that, in A, that goal is going to be achieved, then I'm going to absolutely support that. With in mind what you're saying, President Rawlings, in terms of that, in terms of over testing, but I really, without assessment, it's really hard to figure out how particularly our subgroups are really doing. I supported and I have to bring this into the conversation, is our DEI-B plan. I support it because it was going to target kids that are struggling in our district. And the different reasons why they're struggling, not just because academically, but because of things that are going on in the campus, that things are going on in their mind that they don't feel part of the district or the school that they attend or their classmates. And that's why I supported it. So I guess where I'm coming about is that our whole plan is a good plan, and that I'm willing to support the A piece, knowing that we're going to be able to, at the end of it, really be able to isolate where, either by grade level or by cohort or by student, where our problems lie or where we need to improve. I think I'll put it in a more positive sense, where we need to improve. And I just wanted to share that because we're in the discussion, is that I do appreciate the back and forth, because the back and forth helps me understand things I'm not as intimate about. Trustee Ward is very intimate about this stuff. So I'm depending on that, hearing that conversation. And President Rawlings, you are, because of the work you do and many campuses you show up on. So it's really good, helpful for me to hear that going forth. Done.
Trustee Ward.
So, going back to the last point that you brought up, and I'm not a big fan of STAR either. However, and I think criterion referenced assessments are much better, just because they're looking at the standards directly a little bit more. But I think there should be some common assessments that should be done. That being said, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense for me for high school to have to take this, because we already have kids are already going to AP math or, math at this particular level. And we already know where they are performing and they're being tested in those grades. I think it's more applicable to elementary and middle school. I think it makes more sense there. But we do want to have some type of assessment where we can gather that data and really know who we're supporting and also see improvement and growth. So, that's my thought.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Can you think of an assessment that's not a one-time test?
I don't really understand what you mean by, the SBAC is a high-stakes one-time test,
Right. Or
right?
2 times test, that it's more cumulative. Can you
Well-
think of a different assessment than those two? Or we're talking about STAR. So instead of those 2, can you think of a different assessment? Because I agree that assessments, and
Well, there's,
personally, I think that, teachers have they assess students all the time in their classroom. So, but, is there a tool? Because from what I heard, Dr. Ward,
ooh,
I'm giving you a promotion.
not happening. I'm too old.
Dr. Nye, when I heard about, students not taking the test seriously, or,
High school
they're
students, I
high
think
school
that's-
students and
yeah.
they're in AP, or, even I heard some middle school students too that, are not, that I wasn't hearing a lot of effectiveness. And then I'm hearing a lot of confusion on what the results of what we're measuring is actually telling us. And so when I hear those 2 things, it sounds very ineffective to me. So that's where I'm getting at. I'm trying to find how is this effective? And I think Trustee Williamson has a.
I guess my question is, I'm not sure who's confused about the test, but you keep saying that there's a lot of confusion.
Well, I'm hearing that, that only 50% of our high school students are reading at grade level, and it's like that's just not what that's not what the results are saying. But I'm hearing that being said, that we're somehow failing our students because they're not performing well in these tests, and that's where I'm saying that to me it seems more like the tool is not very effective when we have all these other indications that our students are performing at and above grade level consistently.
Okay, so I guess to move things along,
Sure.
maybe you could see if there are 3 board members who
I still wanna
Oh, okay,
discuss.
okay,
Yeah,
yeah,
okay,
okay,
sorry.
okay. But because I think we all probably have pretty strong feelings about it, but if the board majority would say, I would not vote for this if this is not included, then I think that maybe change the
I was just trying to start the
conversation.
conversation because nobody was
Like-
moving up to discuss, so, but yes, trustee Ward.
I'm not sure I would vote for this, only because I think that I'm concerned about the goals not being attainable, and that's worrisome for me. I think that the staff recommendations and ensuring that we are having attainable goals is important. And I want to kind of revert back to what their recommendations were in terms of the success indicators. Because our teachers work really hard. We just read this resolution, and we really want to support them. And to quote Rob, it could be really demoralizing to create goals that are not attainable. And I want to make sure that that happens. And I know that kind of came from you, Elisa, from our last meeting. And I had a question for you. I think we asked you this, but I can't remember. But if you can remind me, where did the percentage increases come from? Is that something that, you looked into and you're like, oh, and you've been on the board for a long time. So is that something you've seen us do pretty, consistently, that it made sense to raise the goal percentages? Or, I just want to make sure that that's something that we can really support.
So thank you for that opportunity. I'd look at it in two parts. First of all, the changing between the percent of the number and percent of 100. So let me just talk about that one first of all. If you look at, there was a time when it was percent of 100. So if you were scoring 50, if we were at 50% had achieved and we said we want an increase of 3%, that meant we wanted 53%. And then somehow over the last few years, it changed. And so, for example, if somebody, so say that there is a 37% of the kids were in one of our subgroups were we're scoring at standards. And if we say, okay, if they need to increase 2% under our current system, that means they go from 37% to 37.7. If they are at 8%, which one of our groups is, that means they go to 8.2%. In my mind, the lower the number, then the less we're asking them to increase. And it needs to be opposite of that in order to close the gap. And so to me, it just to say, okay, great, we're doing a great job because we went from 8% to 8.2% achieved met standard. That's just not as significant. I mean, if you round it, it's the same number. You go from 8 to 8. So that's what was the genesis for the wanting it to be the percent of 100 rather than at the percent of the number. Now so that's part one. And then the second part of the going from 2% to 3%, that we have traditionally had 3% goals, and we've had 2% goals. And a couple of times we had 1% goal, depending on what the item was. I just felt that with the added intervention teachers this year, I have seen growth. And I've seen that I believe that we can see for a lot of our students, 3% is not unrealistic. Now, we're going, because of teacher coaches, I don't necessarily think that this is going to be a one-time program, whether or not we extend the intervention teachers to next year, which I certainly hope that we do. But there is learning that has happened this year that teachers have said that they are better able to differentiate, they're better supporting, there's more scaffolding going on. So I don't think that 3% is unrealistic. Now,
Have you seen that in the years that you've been on here? Because I looked back 7 years and back to 2015. There was kind of an increase when the SBAC changed. However,
And it
I
gets-
haven't really seen us attain what you're asking, is my concern.
If you look at individual sites, we see it.
Right, but
If
we're
you-
looking at the aggregate,
But,
though.
okay,
right?
let me
Okay.
finish this.
Okay.
If you look at individual sites, you'll see it. If you look at different grade levels, we've seen it far exceed that. As principals set their goals, it's based on what the district does. And so if the district says 2%, the principals, no matter what their site, no matter what, whatever, they can say 2% and be satisfied with it. And they say, okay, we're supporting the district. If the district says 3%, I believe that most of our principals will say that's a real stretch, and we'll have some classes that will meet it, and we'll have some that don't. I don't think that, I mean, if this were in an industry where if you don't meet your goals, you get fired, I'd feel differently about it. But that's not the case.
But I think, being a principal,
Yeah.
you,
Yeah.
I don't think we would ever say, okay, it's 2%, everybody relax. You know what I mean? I think it's like, we want students to perform, and we are doing everything we can to ensure that kids are being supported, that are in different subgroups, and interventions happening if that is needed. We're doing tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 interventions. We're doing all of that because we want students to perform to the best of their ability, and we're going to continue to get them there. I usually look at, and, where are students in terms of, are they at grade level or are they below grade level? Are they far below a year or 2 or 3 years? Rather than really saying, where does my district want me to be? 2%. Okay, that's all I'm going to do. And that's typically not the target that I'm looking at. Because, and usually intervention teachers too, when you have them on site, that's the conversation that I'm having with my intervention teachers as well. Who are the students that are far below grade level? But, and I'm just concerned because just looking back, I don't see us attaining that. And just hearing their recommendations, I think it makes more sense that we have an LCAP plan that where we can actually attain some of those goals. And to speak to your point, Kathy, I think there needs to be something for elementary and middle. However, I do think it makes sense for secondary, for high school, that we don't necessarily need to have those local assessments.
So I'm going to go with Trustee Williamson's recommendation. I'll kind of take a pulse. Are there 3 trustees that are willing to vote with Exhibit A as is? Can I see a show of thumbs? Yeah, right. Exhibit A as it stands now. Are there 3? Okay, there are 3. So then you're right. I don't think we should continue the conversation if that's the case. So and that's with no changes. So we can, Ms. Garcia, please call for the vote.
Student Board Representative Jones?
Yes.
Trustee Pearson?
Yes.
Trustee Williamson?
Yes.
Trustee Ward?
No.
Trustee Verbeff?
Yes.
Trustee Rawlings?
Yes. Or I'm sorry, no.
Motion passes 3-2.
You wanted to say yes.
Actually, I didn't. Well, no, yes.
I know.
I was hoping to, but it didn't go the way I had hoped. So anyway, let's move on. Thank you. And we'll move on to item 7.7, discussion cell phones in schools. Trustees, this is I'm being asked to take a break. So we're going to take a 5-minute break. 8:35. Be back, please. Okay, we are back from our quick break, and we will move to 7.7, discussion cell phones in schools. Trustees, this is an information discussion item. I will now hand it over to Dr. Knight.
Thank you, President Rawlings, trustees, and Dr. Churchill. Tonight, this is part of a governance request that occurred back in October of 2023, where we were asked to put together some additional information, research around the potential benefits and downsides of a district-wide ban on cell phone use. As you recall, we brought information back on a January meeting. We had some discussion. Part of that discussion was then to create a survey of parents, students, and staff around cell phone practices, cell phone use, including a thought exchange. So we're bringing that information back to you tonight, as well as some recommendations based on that information that we learned from the survey, as well as, our analysis of looking at our board policies as well. Just as a little bit of clarification, there are some regulations or education code that's related to cell phones in schools, and we've included the Education Code 48901.7. There are some carve-outs that specifically state reasons why students can have cell phones for specific purposes. So we've included those in that Education Code on this slide. There are 4 specific carve-outs. And I'm not going to go over those, but you can read those on the slide. We also have 2 specific board policies that deal with cell phone usage, and they're a little bit in conflict with one another. When you look at them, board policy 5131 is around conduct, and it says prohibited conduct includes the use of cell phones, smartwatches, pagers, and other mobile communication devices during instructional time. It's pretty clear. You're not to have them out during instructional time. We also have board policy 5131.8, which is specific around electronic devices, and that's a little bit looser, right? That is more up to interpretation from time to time. So we also captured at the last board meeting what are our current practices. So there might be a disconnect on policy versus practice. And so for the most part, you could see that at the elementary and at the middle school level, we're pretty consistent. Devices are supposed to be turned off and put away at all times, and they're not supposed to be used during instructional time. At the high school level, that's a little bit more in flux. And I think as we do our instructional rounds, as we walk through classrooms, we see that as well. And we even see that sometimes at the middle school level and even at the elementary level. So it's not 100%, but these were practices that we felt as we reached out to principals and teachers. This is kind of the practices that were currently prevailing. So in regards to the thought exchange that we launched, that was open from March 4th to March 13th. You'll see the participation breakdown. You'll see the number of thoughts and the ratings of those thoughts. You'll see the breakdown of respondent type. So we had a good breakdown of parents, teachers, students, site administrators, as well as substitute teachers we asked as well to participate. Some of the highlights, we pulled out some teacher responses specifically. They're going to tell us kind of what's happening in the classrooms, and you'll see a definite, it's funny because you see a definite dichotomy, if you will, on teacher responses, and then we'll show you students, and it's like, are we in 2 different universes here, or what's going on? It's like my daughter. When I tell her to get off the cell phone in the car on the way, talk to your dad, she's like, Dad, I'm not on the cell phone. What are you talking about? And she's glued to the cell phone. So anyways, so same thing here. So as we look at this, we asked teachers, are cell phones a distraction? 60% of teachers basically responded and said, yeah, they are a distraction. 40% said, no, not at this time. As you bifurcate those down a little bit, the high school teachers that responded definitely were higher respondents saying, yes, it's more of a distraction. Elementary, less so a distraction. Middle school, it was kind of in the middle. We asked teachers as well, how often Are you having to redirect students for inappropriate cell phone usage? You'll see the breakdown there. So roughly, 40% of teachers are saying that they're having to do it multiple times a day or multiple times a class period, which is a lot. So teachers are saying that they're struggling with this. In regards to what is your classroom policy regarding cell phones, pick the choice that best aligns. You'll see kind of a mix there. So in regards to that, we asked teachers as well, is your classroom cell phone policy in alignment with your school's policy on cell phone usage? 82% of them said yes, it is. 15% said, I'm not quite sure, what our policy is, and 4% said no. Do you feel that you have the support needed to effectively enforce your policy? Roughly, 70% said yes. They felt like they had the support necessary. 30% said no, they didn't at this point in time. This is that student slide that I love. Currently, our cell phone's a distraction to your learning environment in the classroom. Apparently, according to our students, they are not. So, just like my daughter. So, yes. We also, as you know, Thought Exchange will rate the highest, rated comments. We're able to disaggregate these by student groups, by staff, and by parents. So you'll see here, one of the highest rated responses by students. Students are old enough to know that they should be responsible for their learning. If they choose to be on the phones, that's on them. So, and then listening to music helps me stay focused. So these are students that are saying some of these things help me. So at time to time. Parents, you see much different, higher rated thoughts. Everything from, my child is texting me throughout the day or communicating with me throughout the day. How can that be the case if they're staying off cell phones? That there's too much time spent on devices and technology. So that was highest rated parents, and then teachers and administrators, you'll see their highest rated thoughts. As we broke those down, we kind of broke those into categories, if you will. So, banning on cell phones. 11 out of the 19 specifically referenced no cell phones during class time. 8 out of the 19 reference bans during the school day. 3 out of 8 refer to elementary. We also broke it down into enforcement of existing policies, so there was lots of thoughts around that, and there were some miscellaneous thoughts as well. So in regards to staff recommendations, and we're not asking you to take any action tonight. What we're asking for is, some direction around language that we would be bringing back for a first reading of our board policy 5131.8. And so we've kind of started that process by highlighting in green what we think potential language could look like. We think this is clear language, and we think it better aligns with what we saw in the survey. And basically what it says is that students may not use cell phones, smartwatches, pagers, or other mobile communication devices during instructional time. Mobile communication devices shall be turned off during instructional time with the exception of circumstances outlined in Ed Code. And those are those 4 circumstances that I talked about before. For the purpose of this section, instructional time shall be defined as any scheduled class period and any other time during the school day when students are expected to be engaged in learning activity. And then we say during non-instructional time, they're to be technically turned off. We have a caveat there at high school. They could use those during passing periods, lunches, stuff like that. But that would be staff's recommendation potentially of changing board language in regards to this policy. In regards to further recommendations, we also recommend that we would communicate out the new policies as well to administrators, teachers, parents to reinforce whatever revised policy that we tackle. One of the things that we know is that there's a disconnect, so What does it say in our policy versus what's practices out in our school? We need to be crystal clear in communication, not just to parents, but to administrators, to students, whatever the new policy is, that they understand that we're enforcing that, and that there's some communication. We're going to need parents on board with whatever decision we make, just like we'll need teachers and other staff on board. It's going to take a team effort. So we would certainly increase our annual notification. We would increase any type of communication regarding cell phone usage and changes to cell phones. We'd review those with site administrators. We'd also ensure that those policies and procedures regarding cell phone usage are reviewed by teachers, parents, students annually at least. And I would imagine in the interim, we would probably be sending those home multiple times. We'd be sending home email communication to parents and students upon approval of revised board policies, and then support teachers and administrators with a consistent application of board policy in regards to an ongoing basis as needed. So what would that proposed practice or board policy look like? And this is kind of what it would look like if we change the language. Not a huge difference from what you'd see at the elementary and middle school level. Certainly at the high school level, you would see less cell phone usage in classes. And hopefully with that consistent message across the board, you would see less usage of cell phones in classes. We put the caveat down at the bottom, just as a disclaimer as well. This would be in accordance as well with, California Ed Code and the four provisions that are the carve out there. So that really concludes our presentation. We're eager to hear, from trustees about proposed language. Again, we're not asking for discussion action tonight. Per our policy, we would bring back a first reading at the next board meeting, and we'd have the opportunity for our board subcommittee to vet that language prior to that going to a first reading as well. So with that, I'll turn it back over to President Rawlings.
Thank you. This is the time for public comment. Have any blue cards been received?
We have 2 blue cards.
Thank you. When I call your name, please come to the podium, state your name, and indicate whether or not you live within the boundaries of the school district. You will have 3 minutes. We will have the timer on the screen, and your mic will be muted when your time has expired. The first speaker is Jen Belknap.
Thank you again for your hard work. I really like the policy that staff presented on slide 17. Sounds like it encompasses all of the aspects, excuse me, sorry, bad allergies today. Sounds like it encompasses all of the aspects that students, staff, and parents had at the top of their wish lists. On slide 19, when you get into the proposed practices, I would encourage the board to keep it uniform across all the ages. While the elementary middle school practices were the same, the high school practices differed slightly. If you look at the teacher feedback from the survey, 33% of our teachers didn't feel they'd have enough support to enforce a policy, and I think that stems from leeway. If we're consistent across the board at all ages, it will be much easier to remain united in our efforts at eliminating distractions to the learning environment, which includes social and emotional learning. 4 to 5 years from now, I predict students will come back and thank you for giving them social skills and improved mental and emotional health by eliminating the distraction of cell phones on campus. Another bonus of this policy is that the benefits I just mentioned are free. They come simply from passing good policy that prioritizes all forms of learning, academic, social, and emotional, while supporting our students and staff. So yay for triple wins.
Next speaker is Scott Davison.
I just have to say, as a quick side note, isn't it funny how much of a struggle session it is to find funding for a few academic interventions, but there's zero discussion about where to find $8.4 million for CUDA raises? Is there like a money tree for CUDA somewhere in the back? I am pleased to see that the district staff has come around and finally brought back a cell phone policy tonight for consideration. although I'm a little perplexed that we will now be needing a third meeting next month and apparently another subcommittee meeting just to find out whether or not cell phones are a bad idea at school. As far as I can tell, the only group opposed to this is the district staff. Well, and the kids, who I guess, should tell you exactly how much of a problem this is for them. More data is coming out every week showing how detrimental smartphones are to our schools and our students. It's unfortunate that 14 references discussing that evidence were hidden from the board and the public at the January meeting, or else this policy perhaps would have passed much sooner. I hope that unlike the LCAP surveys, which were wholly ignored, that the staff and board listened to the voices in our surveys which echoed those of the experts who are weighing in on the harm of smartphones on our school campuses. This policy could be much stronger and put strict rules in place about phones being placed away from the reach or listening distance of our students, such as cubbies at the front of the classroom, or the infamous yonder pouches that many schools are using, which seal a phone in a locked pouch throughout the school day. As one of the studies the superintendent hid from you showed, kids who simply hear their phone buzz or ding with a notification in their backpack get distracted for almost 15 minutes before they can refocus on schoolwork. Having a practice where kids may or may not be told to turn a phone off and where teachers may or may not know to tell their kids to turn their phones off will simply not work. Our teachers don't need more practices, which aren't clear and which vary by grade level and school site and accomplish nothing more than the practices that we have now. If you truly want to improve our classroom environment, ask our staff to create a policy with some teeth. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustees, are there any questions that you were unable to ask staff prior to the meeting? Trustee Williamson.
I'm a little bit confused about non-instructional time and instructional time. If they're in a classroom and the teacher says, okay, you have a 15, if say the block, they say, okay, you have a 15-minute break. Is that instructional time or non-instructional time?
It's all instructional time.
So if they're in the classroom,
Yes.
it's instructional time, no matter what.
Yes.
And so the first 5 minutes when they're just kind of, some teachers that are taking role, that's all instructional time.
Yes.
Then instead of saying instructional time, could it be while they're in class?
Sure.
To me, I can just hear, kids right now say, well, there's no instruction going on right now, so I can have my cell phone out. Anyway, that's just one thought.
Trustee Pearson.
Enforcement, okay, so we change policy or make it clear. Kid violates, first time kid violates policy, what happens? Let's start with high school.
Yeah, there's specific discipline policy. I'm not familiar with all the things that they do, but it could be a referral that's given by the teacher. It could be notification home to the parent as a warning. There's multiple things that a teacher may do. They're going to use progressive discipline as to what that would look like. So.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Trustee Verbath?
Okay, you made a comment, Dr. Nye. Thank you for your work on this. Regarding, slide 10, with teacher responses, you acknowledge that, there's going to be a difference in teacher responses on classroom cell phone policy and alignment school policy. And I think, it's actually slide 11, I'm sorry. Do you feel you have the support needed? And so 67% of the teachers are saying yes, yet you acknowledge that some of those are elementary and some of them are middle, right? So there's going to be different responses perhaps. And I think you acknowledge that our high school teachers probably have the highest rate of not getting support or not effective support. Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't have the specific numbers in front of me, but I know that the distractions as well as the feeling supported levels were higher at the high school. I don't have those specific numbers, but certainly they were the larger percentage of the 67, yes.
So then, follow up to that as I'm thinking about practices versus policy and enforcement. And we did hear from, teachers saying that it is hard to enforce if it's not consistent. And we know with parenting, we need to be consistent. And so I think we also need to be consistent in the classroom in order to help support our teachers, especially in our substitutes. I've heard from substitute teachers say, well, I go from class to class and it's different, and the kids, trick me or whatever. It just makes it harder. And so making this a little more.
Is there a question?
Well, yeah, how can we make this go from practices to policy that's going to be consistent across the board for all of our teachers so that we don't have any wiggle room? Because I can see what Trustee Williamson is saying is, you say instructional time. I know for a fact that there are teachers who say, well, when you're done with your schoolwork, you can pull out your phone. But that's instructional time. So how are we going to make this consistent?
Yeah, I think it starts with having a clear and consistent policy in place and having language around that, and then communicating out those expectations from that policy. As I mentioned before, we have two policies that somewhat contradict themselves right now. So cleaning up that language so that they don't would be the first step to that. And then communicating out what those expectations are, and being clear what those expectations are among staff, parents, students, will definitely lead to better consistency, I would think.
I have a follow-up on that. Is it your plan to include this policy in the student handbook and require parents and students to sign off on it?
Yeah, I would say that we'd update our acceptable use policy, and this would be part of our annual notifications, just to let parents know that that's the expectation at this point in time, and parents are required to sign off on that, yes.
Thank you. Trustee Ward?
So just to follow up on Trustee Williams. Sorry. I'm sorry, it's late. Yes, you are, I'm Ward Williamson, yes. To follow up on that, Dr. Ward. I'm going to lose my train of thought really fast here. I was curious about, just to clarify, instructional time in the classroom, but she's mentioned breaks. So they could have access to their cell phones like on a lunch break or the snack break, or I don't know, what do they do at high school?
Yeah, what we say at the high school is during passing periods, and just not during class time.
When they're in
So
class.
lunchtime, break, they have a break time as well.
And they can
And
write
passing
there.
period time before and after school.
Okay.
I
I
They
just
would have
wanted to
allowed
clarify.
to have those out at those times.
Okay.
Trustee Burbank?
I know that the science department at Carlsbad High School uses these cubby-type situations where you put your phone in when you come into the class and you have a numbered slot. And I know that there's ways around that for some of our students too, so nothing's foolproof. But is there resistance from all the teachers to have this type of system? I know that my son is in this department and takes classes, and it's just expected. And the parents are told by the science department when we go to back to school night that this is our policy. Is there a resistance across the schools at the high school level, or has this been fleeced out to our teachers to say, what do you think of this? Or
Yeah, I don't know of any resistance to that. I would say the board is going to set the parameters on what the policy is and what the expectations are. The implementation of that and how that looks on each individual site, I would say we wouldn't want to prescribe that. I would say let's work with school sites on supporting principals and teachers on what that looks like. And if a site or a department wants to use cubbies, great, then use cubbies. If a site or department says they have to be out of reach and out of sight and in your book bags, that's fine too. I think the individual enforcement of that is, in my opinion, that's staff work at the site level. You're setting the policy, and the expectation that you set is that you don't want to see cell phones out during instructional time unless it's one of those carved out provisions in education code. And then let staff work with the individual school sites on what that looks like in different departments.
I had a follow-up to that. Would there be any objections from staff to add the 4 criteria of the exceptions in Education Code 48901.7? Would there be any objections to adding it to the policy?
I think it's in the policy now. We just snipped off a portion of our current board policy. I believe it's enumerated in the current board policy. It talks about that education code.
Dr. Churchill, can you say that?
I'm sorry, yeah, so in the current policy 5131.8, those 4 exceptions are enumerated currently.
Thank you. Other questions?
I have a question.
Trustee Babette.
Okay, I think it's a question. Is there a problem if we were to recommend at the high school level that personal devices are to be turned off and kept out of sight as opposed to put away?
Yeah, staff, yeah, it's just a language thing. And so if that's the majority of the board wants to change that language, we could bring that back for our first reading.
Any other questions? Okay, discussion. Trustee Pearson.
So we have a high school student representative, and I'm very much interested to know Ms. Jones' perspective on this.
I agree. I think that in the classroom, if I need information, I'd probably go on my Chromebook and look it up. I don't really think I would typically reach for my phone first. And I also agree that every teacher I have teachers who have me put it under my chair, in my backpack, in a cubby. They all have their system that they prefer. And I don't think us students necessarily know, which we should, the word-for-word rule from the district. But I think we'll just do as our teachers tell us to do. And definitely if they have support from the district, then the teachers, I think we all listen to our teachers. Obviously, some kids aren't happy about it, but I agree. I think that in the classroom, there's not really a huge need for cell phones.
Just to follow up, Ms. Jones, if we're if we agree, and we agree with Dr. Nye's assessment on enforcement, do you think those outliers, students at your school will go, I don't want to risk it anymore?
Yeah, definitely in high school, if you don't listen, you do get a referral or you do have consequences for that. So I think, just doing as your teacher tells you to do. And I've seen when kids are frequently on their cell phones, then they have their own personal, maybe a little cubby or their own rules. But I think that, the same rules should apply for everyone.
Thank you.
Other discussion? I have some discussion. I still believe that the policy is a bit vague and doesn't capture the practices at the elementary and middle school that I had advocated for several months ago before we did all the surveys and all that. So I appreciate us, at least getting closer to a policy, but I do think that the practices that are occurring at the elementary and middle school should be captured in the policy, because right now it just says during instructional time, yet at elementary, they're told they can't have the phones at all even outside of the classroom. So I'm not sure how that, from my perspective, it's still vague and it's inconsistent. So personally, and part of our board subcommittee, I'll be making that recommendation, unless you think I should be making it now, that we codify the current practice at each of this elementary, middle, and high school in order to be consistent, and to what you were saying is that make it easier to enforce. If it's in board policy, I think it makes it easier to enforce for the notifications as well as the sign-offs from parents and all that. So that's what I'll plan on bringing forward, unless we want to give direction to staff now. Trustee Williamson.
Could you explain what the difference is between what you would be recommending and what's here? I don't think I understand.
Okay, so the proposed policy is students may not use cell phones, smartphones, pagers, and other mobile communication devices during instructional time. Mobile communications, that sort of thing. Okay, so The practice at elementary, personal devices, including smartwatches, are to be turned off and put away during the school day, both in and out of the classroom. That's not what the policy says. Policy says that it's only during instructional time that they can't use cell phones and personal devices. So what I'm saying is that we need to codify that in elementary, it's turned off and put away during the entire day. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
Okay.
So, okay, so I thought, so I see what you're saying is that people are going to just know that this is the practice, the difference between the elementary, middle, and high school, but it's not right now in the board policy.
Right, and that's what I had suggested several months ago before we did the survey, was that we codify the practice in board policy so we could be consistent and it's much more enforceable.
Okay, got
Right.
it. So what you're saying, when you by codify the practice, you mean what we want the practice to be?
No, what I'm saying is that what the current practice is, we put it in writing to be policy. That's what I mean by codify, that it's now we're taking their practice and putting it in writing in our policy. And, this is better than what we had, but it doesn't capture the practice that's currently happening at elementary and middle.
Would you be comfortable if it said personal devices, whatever, are to be turned off, whatever it's for both elementary and middle school? So
Yes, that's fine.
And then the second one would be the difference between that and high school. It would be in the second sentence. In other words.
Yes, because the practice is the same for elementary
Got
and
it.
middle.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally
And then,
support that.
right,
Yes.
and to be honest with you, in high school, sometimes there are uses for cell phones. I mean, a lot of times students are taking pictures of their homework and turning it in on Google Classroom and those types of things. So, there are times where cell phones can be useful. And I agree that they've become a distraction, but again, if this is the practice, I think as a board, we need to support what the practice is and help them to enforce. So that's what and I don't know, do we make that here or do we do it in our subcommittee? Would be the, what would you say?
I think everybody
Trustee
needs
Wilson?
to weigh in on it so that
Okay.
because if you and I are the only ones who feel that way, then it would be kind of silly.
That's true. Okay,
So-
Trustee Pearson, how do you feel about codifying the practice?
I'd like to hear Dr. Nye or Dr. Churchill's perspective on that, if that's okay with you, President Rawlings.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So either one, like to weigh in on what we're.
Staff would be fine with that, yes. That what I'm hearing is that we would codify in the language, specifically at the elementary and middle school, what's happening, and then at the high school, what would be happening.
And just to be clear, I believe this policy reflects what's happening at the high school. The current, what you have written, I believe reflects what's happening at the high school, but doesn't reflect what's happening at the elementary and middle. So that would be what would need to be changed from my perspective. Dr. Churchill, did you want to weigh in on that, or do you agree? Or?
Oh, no, I support what Dr. Nye said, yeah. So I wrote down as a governance team request here to codify the different practices at each level, elementary, middle, and high, for example, is captured on slide 10 in the written policy. So if there's thumbs on that, we'll.
And was there any other discussion on it before we? Okay, are there thumbs on it? Okay, and the only thing I would suggest is, as Trustee Williamson said, is elementary and middle are the same. So you just need to have one for them and then one, and then what you already have for high school. Does that make sense? Okay, great. Then any other discussion on this?
I'm sorry, real quick, I heard Trustee Verbeff ask us to change the phrase in the policy to go from kept out of sight, or, I'm sorry, to use the phrase kept out of sight instead of the phrase put away. And I just want to make sure that there was board consensus for us to do that now as well.
I don't even see that in the perspective.
It's on the practices. It's on slide 10.
Right, but what I'm saying is, are you going to put the practices into this?
You just gave us thumbs to do
Okay,
that, yes.
I just want to make sure, okay, so
Yes.
the whole thing, okay.
So, yep, that's the one. So since we're going to be taking this and putting in the
Got it.
policy,
Got it.
I'd prefer to know now if you have a preference.
I guess I'm going to go, is there any objections to using the term put away as suggested by Trustee Verbeff? Any, okay, no objections? Then we're good. Okay, does that make sense for staff? Okay.
So it's put away or?
We're going to use put away
Okay.
as indicated in the practice document on slide.
Trustee Verbeff asked that we use the phrase kept out of sight.
Wait, I thought it was kept out of sight is what she had asked for.
I apologize. Okay, I thought it was put away. So would you rather see kept out of sight or put away?
May I ask Mrs. Jones, or Ms. Jones, what she thinks? Does it mean anything different to you as a high school student?
Yeah, I definitely think kept out of sight is a little more assertive than put away, because I guess there are ways that you could bend the put out of way. So I do think that kept out of sight is a little more to the point. Yeah.
To the point.
So any objections to kept out of sight?
We could say put away and kept out of sight.
During school or during class?
Okay, any objections to adding kept out of sight instead of? I think put away is fine. Okay, so one objection. Any other objections? I'm fine with it. Okay, so we're going to add put away and out of sight.
Kept out of sight.
Kept out of sight.
And are we adding during class? Are we changing instructional time to class, as Trustee Williamson asked?
On the high school one?
On the high school?
Yeah, because we're codifying the elementary, middle.
Right, I had suggested that we codify the practice.
So we changed the word non-instructional time to during class time for the high school.
No, because it's non-instructional time for school breaks, lunch, and after school.
Right, on the first bullet, it says put away during instructional time. And so,
Yeah, she was talking about the section of the board policy that's in green where it says, shall be turned off during instructional time with the exception of circumstances outlined in Ed Code. So she's asking for that instructional time to be changed to classroom time.
on this one, on this bullet right here. Yeah, I know, but what I was asking about was here we say class time, because we were using this language now in the policy. And so,
She brought it up when we were looking at that.
right, yeah, it was, yeah. But anyway, the high school, it says instructional time.
Trustee Williamson, are you comfortable with the definition that states instructional time shall be defined as any scheduled class period and any other time during the school day when students are expected to be engaged in a learning activity? Is that, do you think it needs to go further than that?
To me, I know how students can equivocate, and I know they can, so I think that when you say class time, it's really clear to me, but if everyone else thinks fine the way that it is, then.
Trustee Pearson?
To your comment, Trustee Williamson, I think you're right about students, but I think it's important that what happens is in the execution of the policy with the inclusion of the practices that administrators, teachers, aides say are very clear, so there is no wiggle room for a high school student to go, oh, well, you didn't really mean that because you didn't say it in your policy. But I think I have a lot of faith in everybody at that level is going to make sure there is no wiggle room for any of those students that are looking for the wiggle room to leave it as is.
And personally, I'm fine with it because I think the definition is, that's what adds to it and that's what gives it the intent. So you could say classroom time or instructional time, so long as the definition is there, I'm satisfied. Any other discussion? Going once, going twice? Okay, we are moving on. Thank you. And we now move on to item 8.2, trustee requests for information from staff. Trustees, are there any requests for information from staff that have already been discussed with the superintendent and have been recommended to bring to the board? Trustee Pearson.
Okay, I'm
Oh,
reading
and as a reminder, oh, did I skip one?
governance request.
Governance team reports.
Apologize. Okay, stepping back. 8.1, this is the time for trustee to provide a brief report if they have attended committee meetings where they represented the district. Are there any governance team reports? Okay, I guess I knew that, right? So we're going to go back to Trustee Pearson. As a reminder, trustees are prohibited from having a discussion tonight on these items per the Brown Act. When making a request, please indicate the purpose of the request and whether or not staff has provided an estimate of how long the request will take to accomplish.
Thank you, President Rawlings. I'd like to find a way to inform parents about the library books their children are checking out. I think it would be beneficial to let parents know what their students are reading to help facilitate a better dialogue between parents and children about their reading interest. I've asked staff if it is possible to send an automated message to parents after a library book has been checked out. I learned that it's not possible to send a message at the time of the checkout, but it is possible to send a weekly automated message to parents that includes a list of all items currently checked out at the time the email is generated. I'd like to request that staff provide information to the board in a future weekly report about the pros and cons of sending an automated weekly report to parents of all grade levels and a timeline for possible implementation in the future. I'd like to request the board receive this information in the next month. I've discussed this with Dr. Churchill, and he indicated this will not take too much time.
May I ask what not too much time means?
Less than an hour.
May I see if there's board consensus? Okay, there's at least 3. Any other requests for information? Okay, seeing none, I think we will move on to item 8.3, trustee requests for future agenda items. Are there any requests for future agenda items? None? Okay. And it is 9:17, and we are adjourned. The next regular scheduled meeting for the board will take place on May 15th at 6 p.m. at the Carlsbad Unified School District office. Thank you.